Chapter 4 Medical Inquiries and Observations, Volume 2, Part 47. The exciting causes of the gout are frequently a greater degree or a sudden application of its remote and predisposing causes. They act upon the accumulated excitability of the system, and by destroying its equilibrium of excitement and regular order actions, produce convulsion or irregular morbid and local excitement. These exciting causes are either a stimulating or of a sedative nature. The former are violent exercise of body or mind, night watching, and even sitting up late at night, a hearty meal, a fit of drunkenness, a few glasses of claret or a draught of cider, where those liquors have not been habitual to the patient, a sudden paroxysm of joy, anger, or terror, a dislocation of a bone, straining of a joint, particularly of the ankle, undue pressure upon the foot or leg from a tight shoe or boot and irritated corn, and the usual remote causes of fever. The latter exciting causes are sudden inanition from bleeding, purging, vomiting, fasting, cold, a sudden stoppage of moisture on the feet, fear, grief, excess in venery, and the debility left upon the system by the crisis of a fever. All these causes act more certainly when they are aided by the additional debility induced upon the system in sleep. It is for this reason that the gout generally makes its first attack in the night, and in a part of the system most remote from the energy of the brain, and most debilitated by exercise, viz., in the great toe, or in some part of the foot. In ascribing a fit of the gout to a cause which is of a sedative nature, the reader will not suppose that I have departed simplicity and uniformity of a proposition I have elsewhere delivered. That disease is the effect of stimulus. The abstraction of a natural and habitual impression of any kind, by increasing the force of those which remain, renders the production of morbid and excessive actions in the system as much the effect of preternatural or disproportioned stimulus, as if they were induced by causes that are externally and evidently stimulating. It is thus in many other of the operations of nature, opposite causes produce the same effects. 8. The gout consists simply in morbid excitement accompanied with irregular action, or the absence of all action from the force of stimulus. There is nothing specific in the morbid excitement and actions which take place in the gout different from what occur in fevers. It is to be lamented that a kind of metastasis of error has taken place in pathology. The rejection of a specific acrimony as the cause of each disease has unfortunately been followed by a belief in as many specific actions as there are different forms and grades of disease, and thus perpetuated the evils of our ancient systems of medicine. However varied morbid actions may be by their causes, seats, and effects, they are all of the same nature, and the time will probably come when the whole nomenclature of morbid actions will be absorbed in the single name of disease. I shall now briefly enumerate the symptoms of the gout, as they appear in the ligaments, the blood vessels, the viscera, the nervous system, the alimentary canal, the lymphatics, the skin, and the bones of the human body. And here ye shall find that it is an epitome of all disease. The ligaments which connect the bones are the seats of what is called a legitimate or true gout. They are affected with pain, swelling, and inflammation. The pain is sometimes so acute as to be compared to the gnawing of a dog. We perceive here the sameness of the gout with the rheumatism. Many pages, and indeed whole essays, have been composed by writers to distinguish them, but they are exactly the same disease, while the morbid actions are confined to this part of the body. They are, it is true, produced by different remote causes, but this constitutes no more difference in their nature than is produced in a coal of fire, whether it be inflamed by a candle or by a spark of electricity. The morbid actions which are induced by the usual causes of rheumatism affect, though less frequently, the lungs, the trachea, the head, the bowels, and even the heart, as well as the gout. Those actions, moreover, are the means of a fluid being effused, which is changed into calcareous matter in the joints and other parts of the body, exactly like that which is produced by the gout. They likewise twist and dislocate the bones in common with the gout in a manner to be described hereafter. The only difference between what are called gouty and rheumatic actions consists in their seats and in the degrees of their force. The debility which predisposes to the gout being greater and more extensively diffused through the body, than the debility which precedes rheumatism, the morbid actions. In the former case, pass more readily from external to internal parts, and produce in both more acute and more dangerous effects. A simile derived from the difference in the degrees of action produced in the system by Marsh Miasmata, made use of upon a former occasion, will serve me again to illustrate this part of our subject. A mild remittent and a yellow fever are different grades of the same disease. The former, like the rheumatism, affects the bones chiefly with pain, while the latter, like the gout, affects not only the bones, but the stomach, bowels, brain nerves, lymphatics, and all the internal parts of the body. In the arterial system, the gout produces fever. This fever appears not only in the increased force or frequency of the pulse, but in morbid affections of all the viscera. It puts on all the different grades of fever, from the malignity of the plague to the mildness of a common intermittent. It has, moreover, its regular exacerbations and remissions once in every 24 hours, and its crisis usually on the 14th day in violent cases. In moderate attacks, it runs on from 20 to 40 days, in common with the typhus or slow chronic state of fever. It is common for those persons who consider the gout as a specific disease, when it appears in the above forms, to say that it is complicated with fever, but this is an error, for there can exist but one morbid action in the blood vessels at once. And the same laws are imposed upon the morbid actions excited in those parts of the body by the remote causes of the gout. As by the common causes of fever, I have seen 2 instances of this disease appearing in the form of a genuine hectic, and one in which it appeared to yield to lunar influence in the manner described by Dr. Balfour. In the highly inflammatory state of the gout, the sensibility of the blood vessels far exceeds what is seen in the same state of fever from more common causes. I held an instance in which a translation of the gouty action to the eye produced such an exquisite degree of sensibility that the patient was unable to bear the feeble light which was emitted from a few coals of fire in his room. At a time, too, when the coldness of the weather would have made a large fire agreeable to them. It is from the extreme sensibility which the gout imparts to the stomach that the bark is so generally rejected by it. I knew a British officer who had nearly died from taking a spoonful of the infusion of that medicine, while his arterial system was in this state of morbid excitability from a fit of the gout. It is remarkable that the gout is most disposed to assume a malignant character during the prevalence of an inflammatory constitution of the atmosphere. This has been long ago, remarked B.D. Dr. Huxham. Several instances of it have occurred in this city since the year 1793-3. The gout affects most of the viscera. In the brain, it produces headache, vertigo, coma, apoplexy, and palsy. In the lungs, it produces pneumonia vera, Nutha, asthma, hemoptysis, pulmonary consumption, and a short becking cough, first described by Dr. Sydenham. In the throat, it produces inflammatory angina. In the uterus, it produces hemorrhagia uterina. It affects the kidneys with inflammation, strangury, diabetes, and calculi. The position of the body for weeks or months on the back, by favoring the compression of the kidneys by the bowels, is the principal reason why those parts suffer so much in gouty people. The strangury appears to be produced by the same kind of engorgement or choking of the vessels of the kidneys, which takes place in the smallpox and yellow fever. 4 cases of it are described in the 3rd volume of the Physical and Literary Essays of Edinburgh by Dr. David Clerk. I have seen 1 instance of death in an old man from this cause. The catheter brought no water from his bladder. The late Mr. John Penn, formerly governor of Pennsylvania, I have been informed by one of his physicians, died from a similar affection in his kidneys from gout. The catheter was as ineffectual in giving him relief as it was in the case of my patient. The neck of the bladder sometimes becomes the seat of the gout. It discovers itself by spasm and a suppression of urine in some cases, and occasionally by a habitual discharge of mucus through the urethra. This disease has been called by Lutot a catarrh of the bladder. Dr. Stoll describes it and calls it hemorrhoids of the bladder. But of all the viscera, the liver suffers most from the gout. It produces in it inflammation, suppuration, melena, shearas, gallstones, jaundice, and a habitual increased secretion and excretion of the liver. These affections of the liver appear most frequently in southern countries and in female habits. They are substitutes for a gout in the ligaments and in the extremities of the body. They appear likewise in drunkards from ardent spirits. It would seem that certain stimuli act specifically upon the liver, probably for the wise purpose of discharging such parts of the blood from the body, as are vitiated by the rapidity of its circulation. I shall, in another place, take notice of the action of marsh miasmata upon the livers of men and beasts. It has been observed that hogs that live brewhouses and feed upon the fermented grains of barley always discover enlarged or diseased livers. But a determination of the blood to the liver and an increased action of its vessels are produced by other causes than marsh miasmata and fermented and distilled liquors. They appear in the fever which accompanies madness and the malignant sore throat, also in contusions of the brain, and in the excited state of the blood vessels, which is produced by anger and exercise. I have found an attention to these facts useful in prescribing for diseases of liver, inasmuch as they have led me from considering them as idiopathy C affections, but as the effects only of morbid actions excited in other parts of the body. The gout sometimes affects the arterial and nervous systems jointly, producing in the brain coma, vertigo, apoplexy, palsy, loss of memory, and madness, and in the nerves hysteria, hypochondriasis, and syncope. It is common to say that gout counterfeits all these diseases. But this is an inaccurate mode of speaking. All those diseases have but one cause, and they are exactly the same, however different the stimulus may be from which they are derived. Sometimes the gout affects the brain and nerves exclusively without producing the least morbid action in the blood vessels. I once attended a gentleman from Barbados who suffered from this affection of his brain and nerves, the most intolerable depression of spirits. It yielded to large doses of wine, but his relief was perfect and more durable when a pain was excited by nature or art in his hands or feet. The muscles are sometimes affected by the gout with spasm, with general and partial convulsions, and lastly with great pain. Dr. Stoll describes a case of opus totanos from it. The angina pectoris, or a sudden inability to breathe after climbing a hill or a pair of stairs, and after a long walk, is sometimes a symptom of the gout. There is a pain which suddenly pervades the head, breast, and limbs, which resembles an electric shock. I have known 2 instances of it in gouty patients and have taken the liberty of calling it the aura arthritica. But the pain which affects the muscles is often of a more permanent nature. It is felt with most severity in the calves of the legs. Sometimes it affects the muscles of the head, breast, and limbs, exciting in them large and distressing swellings. But further, the gout in some cases seizes upon the tendons and twists them in such a manner as to dislocate bones in the hands and feet. It even affects the cartilages. Of this I once saw an instance in Colonel Adams of the state of Maryland. The external parts of both his ears were so much inflamed in a fit of the gout that he was unable to lie on either of his sides. The gout affects the alimentary canal from the stomach to its termination in the rectum. Flatulency, sickness, acidity, indigestion, pain, or vomiting usually usher in a fit of the disease. The sick headache, also dyspepsia, with all its train of opountute. 2H distressing evils are frequently the effects of gout concentrated in the stomach. I have seen a case in which the gout, by retreating to this viscus, produced the same burning sensation which is felt in the yellow fever. The patient who was the subject of this symptom died 2 days afterwards with a black vomiting. It was Mr. Patterson, formerly collector of the Port of Philadelphia under the British government. I was not surprised at these 2 uncommon symptoms in the gout, for I had long been familiar with its disposition to affect the biliary secretion. And the actions of the stomach. The colic and dysentery are often produced by the gout in the bowels. In the southern states of America, it sometimes produces a chronic diarrhea, which is known in some places by the name of the downward consumption. The piles are a common symptom of gout, and where they pour forth blood occasionally, render it a harmless disease. I have known an instance in which a gouty pain in the rectum produced involuntary stools in a gentleman in this city, and I have heard from a southern gentleman who had been afflicted with gouty symptoms that a similar pain was excited in the same part, to such a degree whenever he went into a crowded room lighted by candles as to oblige him to leave it. In considering the effects of the gout upon this part, I am led to take notice of a trouble, some itching in the anus, which has been described by Dr. Lettsom and justly attributed by him to this disease. I have known several cases of it. They always occurred in gouty habits. A distressing collection of air in the rectum, which renders frequent retirement from company necessary to discharge it, is likewise a symptom of gout. It is accompanied with frequent and small but hard stool. Of the above morbid affections of the nerves, stomach, and bowels, the hysteria, the sick headache, and the colic appear much oftener in women than in men. I have said that dyspepsia is a symptom of gout. Out of more than 500 persons who were the patients of the Liverpool Infirmary and Dispensary in 1 year, Dr. Curry informs us a great majority were females. Fixed. The gout affects the glands and lymphatics. It produced a salivation of a profuse nature in Major Pierce Butler, which continued for 2 days. It produced a bubo in the groin in a citizen of Philadelphia. He had never been infected with the T medical reports on the effects of hot and cold water, P215 venereal disease. Of course, no suspicion was entertained by me of its being derived from that cause. I knew a lady who had periodical swellings in her breasts at the same season of the year in which she had before been accustomed to have a regular fit of the gout. The scrofula and all the forms of dropsy are the effects in many cases of the disposition of the gout to attack the lymphatic system. There is a large hard swelling without pain of one or both the legs and thighs, which has been called a dropsy, but is very different from the common disease of that name. It comes on and goes off suddenly. It has lately been called in England the dumb gout. In the spring of 1798, I attended Colonel Innes of Virginia in consultation with my Edinburgh friend and fellow student, Dr. Walter Jones, of the same state. The colonel had large anasarcous swellings in his thighs and legs, which we had reason to believe were the effects of an indolent gout. We made several punctures in his feet and ankles, and thereby discharged a large quantity of water from his legs and thighs. A day or two afterwards, his encliel exhibited in pain and inflammation, the usual form of gout in those parts. In the year 1794, I attended Mrs. Lloyd Jones, who had a swelling of the same kind in her foot and leg. Her constitution, habits, and the sober manners of her ancestors gave me no reason to suspect it to arise from the usual causes of gout. She was feverish and her pulse was tense. One drew 10 ounces of blood from her and gave her a purge. The swelling subsided, but it was succeeded by an acute rheumatic pain in the part, which was cured in a few days. I mention these facts as an additional proof of the soundness of the gout and rheumatism, and to show that the vessels in a simple disease, as well as in malignant fevers, are often oppressed beyond that point in which they emit the sensation of pain. Under this head, I shall include an account of the mucus discharge from the urethra, which sometimes takes place in an attack of the gout, and which has ignorantly been ascribed to a venereal gonorrhea. There is a description of this symptom of the gout in the 3 volume of the Physical and Literary Essays of Edinburgh by Dr. Clarke. It was first taken notice of by Sauvages by the name of Gonorrhea Podagrica in a work entitled Pathologia Methodica. I have known 3 instances of it in this. In the visits which the gout pays to the genitals, it sometimes excites great pain in the testicles. Dr. White mentions 3 cases of this kind. One of them was attended with a troublesome itching of the scrotum. I have seen one case in which the testicles were affected with great pain, and the penis with an obstinate priapism. They succeeded a sudden translation of the gout from the bowels. From the occasional disposition of the gout to produce a mucus discharge from the urethra in men, it is easy to conceive that it is the frequent cause of the fecal bus in women, for in them the gout which is restrained from the feet, by a cause formerly mentioned, is driven to other parts, and particularly to that part which from its offices is more disposed to invite disease to it than any other. The flor alba sometimes occurs in females, apparently of the most robust habits. In such persons, more especially if they have been descended from gouty ancestors and have led indolent and luxurious lives. There can be no doubt but the disease is derived from the gout, and should be treated with remedies which act not only upon the affected part, but the whole system. An itching similar to that I formerly mentioned in the anus sometimes occurs in the vagina of women. Dr. Lettsom has described it. In all the cases I have known of it, I believe it was derived from the usual causes of the gout. There are many records in the annals of medicine of the gout affecting the skin. The erysipelas, gangrene, and petechia are its acute, and tetters and running sores are its usual chronic forms when it appears in this part of the body. I attended a patient with the late Dr. H. Hutchinson, in whom the whole calf of one leg was destroyed by a mortification which succeeded the gout. Dr. Alexander of Baltimore informed me that petechias were among the last symptoms of this disease in the Reverend Mr. Oliver, who died in the town of Baltimore about 2 years ago. In the disposition of the gout to attack external parts, it sometimes affects the eyes and ears with the most acute and distressing inflammation and pain. I hesitate the less in ascribing them both to the gout, because they not only occur in gouty habits, but because they now and then effuse a calcareous matter of the same nature with that which is found in the ligaments of the joints. Even the bones are not exempted from the ravages of this disease. I have before mentioned that the bones of the hands and feet are sometimes dislocated by it. I have heard of an instance in which it dislocated the thigh bone. It probably produced this effect by the effusion of that part of the blood which constitutes chalk stones, or by an excrescence of flesh in the cavity of the joint. 2 instances have occurred in this city of its dislodging the teeth, after having produced the most distressing pains in the jaws. The long, protracted, and acute pain in the face, which has been so accurately described by Dr. Fothergill, probably arises wholly from the gout acting upon the bones of the part affected. I have more than once hinted at the sameness of some of the states of the gout and the yellow fever. Who can compare the symptoms and seats of both diseases and not admit the unity of the remote and immediate causes of fever? Thus have I enumerated proofs of the gout being a disease of the whole system. I have only to add under this proposition that it affects different parts of the body in different people, according to the nature of their congenial or acquired temperaments, and that it often passes from one part of the body to another in the twinkling of an eye. The morbid excitement and actions of the gout when seated in the ligaments, the blood vessels and viscera, and left to themselves, produce effects different in their nature, according to the parts in which they take place. In the viscera, they produce congestions composed of all the component parts of the blood. From the blood vessels, which terminate in hollow cavities and in cellular membrane, they produce those effusions of serum which compose drops. From the same vessels proceed those effusions which produce on the skin erysipelas, tetters, and all the different kinds of eruptions. In the ligaments, they produce an effusion of coagulable lymph, which by stagnation is changed into what are called chalk stones. In the urinary organs, they produce an effusion of particles of coagulable lymph or red blood, which under certain circumstances are changed into sand, gravel, and stone. All these observations are liable to some exceptions. There are instances in which chalk stones have been found in the lungs, while on the eyelids, and in the passages of the ears, and a preternatural flux of water and blood has taken place from the kidneys. Pus has likewise been formed in the joints, and air has been found in the cavity of the belly instead of water. Sometimes the gout is said to combine with the fevers which arise from cold and miasmata. We are not to suppose from this circumstance that the system is under a twofold stimulus. By no means. The symptoms which are ascribed to the gout are the effects of morbid excitement excited by the cold, or miasmata acting upon parts previously debilitated by the usual remote causes of that disease. A bilious diathesis in the air so often excites the peculiar symptoms of gout in persons predisposed to it that it has sometimes been said to be epidemic. This was the case, Dr. Stoll says, in Vienna in the years 1782 and 1784. The same mixture of gouty and bilious symptoms was observed by Dr. Hilary in the fevers of Barbados. From a review of the symptoms of the gout, the impropriety of distinguishing it from its various seats by specific names must be obvious to the reader. As well might we talk of a yellower fever in the brain, in the nerves, or in the groin, when its symptoms affect those parts, as talk of misplaced or retractant gout. The great toe and the joints of the hands and feet are no more its exclusive seats than the stomach is the throne of the yellow fever. In short, the gout may be compared to a monarch whose empire is unlimited. The whole body crouches before it. It has been said as a reflection upon our profession that physicians are always changing their opinions respecting chronic diseases. For a long while, they were all classed under the heads of nervous or bilious. These names for many years afforded a sanctuary for the protection of fraud and an error in medicine. They have happily yielded of late years to the name of gout. If we mean by this disease a primary affection of the joints, we have gained nothing by assuming that name. But if we mean by it a disease which consists simply of morbid excitement, invited by debility, and disposed to invade every part of the body, we conform our ideas to facts, and thus simplify theory and practice in chronic diseases. I proceed now to treat of the method of cure. Let not the reader startle when I mention curing the gout. It is not a sacred disease. There will be no profanity in handling it freely. It has been cured often, and I hope to deliver such directions under this head as will reduce it as much under the power of medicine as a pleurisy or an intermitting fever. Let not superstition say here that the gout is the just punishment of folly and vice, and that the justice of heaven would be defeated by curing it. The venereal disease is more egregiously the effect of vice than the gout. And yet heaven has kindly directed human reason to the discovery of a remedy which effectually eradicates it from the constitution. This opinion of the gout being a curable disease is as humane as it is just. It is calculated to prompt to early application for medical aid, and to prevent that despair of relief and our, which has contributed so much to its duration and mortality. But does not the gout prevent other diseases? And is it not improper upon this account to cure it? I answer that it prevents other diseases, as the daily use of drams prevents the intermitting fever. In doing this, they bring on 100 more incurable morbid affections. The yellow fever carried off many chronic diseases in the year 1793, and yet who would wish for or admit such a remedy for a similar purpose? The practice of encouraging and inviting what has been called a friendly fit of the gout as a cure for other diseases resembles the practice of schoolboys who swallow the stones of cherries to assist their stomachs in digesting that delicate fruit. It is no more necessary to produce the gout in the feet in order to cure it than it is to wait for or encourage abscesses or natural hemorrhages to cure a fever. The practice originated at a time when morbific matter was supposed to be the cause of the gout, but it has unfortunately continued under the influence of theories which have placed the seat of the disease in the solids. The remedies for the gout naturally divide themselves into the following heads, i.e. such as are proper in its approaching or forming state, to see, such as are proper in violent morbid action in the blood vessels and viscera, tertia, such as are proper in a feeble morbid action in the same parts of the body, I-4, such as are proper to relieve certain local symptoms which are not accompanied by general morbid action, and V, such as are proper to prevent its recurrence or, in other words, to eradicate it from the system. The symptoms of an approaching fit of the gout are great languor and dullness of body and mind, doziness, giddiness, wakefulness, or sleep disturbed by vivid dreams, a dryness and sometimes a coldness, numbness and prickling in the feet and legs, a disappearance of pimples in the face, occasional chills, acidity and flatulency in the stomach, with an increased, a weak, or a defect of appetite. These symptoms are not universal, but more or less of them usher in nearly every fit of the gout. The reader will see at once their sameness with the premonitory symptoms of fever from cold and miasmata, and assent from this proof, in addition to others formerly mentioned, to the propriety of considering a fit of the gout as a paroxysm of fever. The system, during the existence of these symptoms, is in a state of morbid depression. The disease is as yet unformed and may easily be prevented by the loss of a few ounces of blood, or, if this remedy be objected to, by a gentle dose of physic. and afterwards by bathing the feet in warm water, by a few drops of the spirit of hartshorn in a little sage or chamomile tea, by a draught of wine, whey, or a common dose of liquid laudanum, and, according to a late Portuguese physician, by taking a few doses of bark. It is worthy of notice that if these remedies are omitted, all the premonitory symptoms that have been mentioned disappear as soon as the arthritic fever is formed, just as lassitude and chilliness yield to a paroxysm of fever from other causes. Of the remedies that are proper in cases of great morbid action in the blood vessels and viscera, I shall begin this head by repudiating the notion of a specific cure for the gout existing in any single article of the Materia Medica. Every attempt to cure it by elixirs, diet drinks, pills, or boluses, which were intended to act singly on the system, has been as unsuccessful as the attempts to cure the whooping cough by spells or tricks of legerdemain. The first remedy that I shall mention for reducing great morbid action in the blood vessels and viscera is bloodletting. I was first taught the safety of this remedy in the gout by reading the Works of Dr. Lister above 30 years ago, and I have used it ever since with great advantage. Ithis, the sanction of Dr. Hoffman, Dr. Cullen, and many others of the first names in medicine in its favor. The usual objections to bleeding as a remedy have been urged with more success in the gout than in any other disease. It has been forbidden because the gout is said to be a disease of debility. This is an error. Debility is not a disease. It is only its predisposing cause. Disease is preternatural strength in the state of the system now under consideration, occasioned by the abstraction of excitement from one part and the accumulation of it in another part of the body. Every argument in favor of bleeding in a pleurisy applies in the present instance, for they both depend upon the same kind of morbid action in the blood vessels. Bleeding acts, moreover, alike in both cases by abstracting the excess of excitement from the blood vessels and restoring its natural and healthy equality to every part of the system. It has been further said that bleeding disposes to more frequent returns of the gout. This objection to the lancet has been urged by Dr. Sydenham, who was misled in his opinion of it by his theory of the disease being the offspring of morbific matter. The assertion is unfounded, for bleeding in a fit of the gout has no such effect, provided the remedies to be mentioned hereafter are used to prevent it. But a fit of the gout is not singular in its disposition to recur after being once cured. The rheumatism, the pleurisy, and the intermitting fever are all equally disposed to return when persons are exposed to their remote and exciting causes. And yet we do not upon this account consider them as incurable diseases. Nor do we abstain from the usual remedies which cure them. The inflammatory or violent state of the gout is said most commonly to affect the limbs, but this is far from being the case. It frequently makes its first attack upon the head, lungs, kidneys, stomach, and bowels. The remedies for expelling it from the stomach and bowels are generally of a stimulating nature. They are as improper in full habits, and in the recent state of the disease, as cordials are to drive the smallpox from the vitals to the skin. Hundreds have been destroyed by them. Bleeding in these cases affords the same speedy and certain relief that it does in removing pain from the stomach and bowels in the first stage of the yellow fever. Colonel Miles owes his life to the loss of 60 ounces of blood in an attack of the gout in his bowels in the winter of 1795, and Major Butler derived the same benefit from the loss of near 30 ounces. In an attack of the gout in his stomach in the spring of 1798, I could add many more instances of the efficacy of the lancet in the gout when it affects the viscera from my own experience. But I prefer mentioning one only from Sir John Floyer, which is more striking than any I have met with in its favor. He tells us Sir Henry Coningsby was much disposed to the palsy from the gout when he was 30 years old. By frequent bleedings and the use of the cold bath, he recovered and lived to be 88. During his old age, he was bled every 3 months. I have said in the history of the symptoms of the gout that it sometimes appeared in the form of a hectic fever. I have prescribed occasional bleedings in a case of this kind, accompanied with a tense pulse, with the happiest effects. It confined the disease for several years wholly to the blood vessels, and it bid fair in time to eradicate it from the system. The state of the pulse, as described in another place, CN, should govern the use of the lancet in this disease. Bleeding is required as much in its depressed as in its full and corded state. Colonel Miles's pulse, at the time he suffered from the gout in his bowels, was scarcely perceptible. It did not rise till after a second or third bleeding. Some advantage may be derived from examining the blood. I have once known it to be dissolved, but for the most part I have observed it with Dr. Lister to be covered with the buffy coat of common inflammation. The arguments made use of in favor of bleeding in the diseases of old people in a former volume apply with equal force to its use in the gout. The inflammatory state of this disease frequently occurs in the decline of life, and bleeding is as much indicated in such cases as in any other inflammatory fever. The late Dr. C.H. Vet died with an inflammation in his liver from gout in the 86th year of his age. He was twice bled, and his blood each time was covered with a buffy coat. Where dye gout affects the head with obstinate pain and appears to be seated in the muscles, cupping and leeches give great release. This mode of bleeding should be trusted in those cases only in which the morbid action is confined chiefly to the head and appears in a feeble state in the rest of the arterial system. The advantages of bleeding in the gout, when performed under all the circumstances that have been mentioned, are as follow. 1. It removes or lends pain. 2. It prevents those congestions and effusions which produce apoplexy, palsy, pneumonia, nutha, calculi in the kidneys and bladder, and chalk stones in the hands and feet. The gravel and stone are 9 times in 10, I believe, the effects of an effusion of lymph or blood from previous morbid AC observations on Tion in the kidneys. If this disease were narrowly watched and cured as often as it occurs by the loss of blood, we should have but little gravel or stone among gouty people. A citizen of Philadelphia died a few years ago, in the 96th year of his age, who had been subject to the strangury the greatest part of his life. His only remedy for it was bleeding. He lived free from the gravel and stone, and died, or rather appeared to fall asleep in death from old age. Dr. Haller mentions a similar case in his Bibliotheca Medicins, in which bleeding had the same happy effects. 3. It prevents the system from wearing itself down by fruitless pain and sickness, and thereby inducing a predisposition to frequent returns of the disease. 4. It shortens the duration of a fit of gout by throwing it not into the feet, but out of the system, and thus prevents a patient's lying upon his back for 2 or 3 months with a writhing face, scolding a wife and family of children, and sometimes cursing every servant that comes near enough to endanger the touch of an inflamed limb. Besides preventing all this parade of pain and peevishness, it frequently, when assisted with other remedies to be mentioned present, restores a man to his business and society in 2 or 3 days, a circumstance this of great importance in the public as well as private pursuits of men. For who has not read of the most interesting affairs of nations being neglected or protracted by the principal agents in them being suddenly confined to their beds or chairs for weeks or months by a fit of the gout? 2. A second remedy in the state of the gout which has been mentioned is purging. Sulfur is generally preferred for this purpose, but castor oil, cream of tartar, senna, jalap, rhubarb, and calomel may all be used with equal safety and advantage. The stomach and habits of the patient should determine the choice of a suitable purge in every case. Salts are generally offensive to the stomach. They once brought on a fit of the gout in Dr. Brown. 3. Vomits may be given in all those cases where bleeding is objected to, or where the pulse is only moderately active. Mr. Small, in an excellent paper upon the gout in the 6th volume of the Medical Observations and Inquiries, p. 205, containing the history of his own case, tells us that he always took a vomit upon the first attack of the gout, and that it never failed of relieving all its symptoms. The matter discharged by this vomit indicated a morbid state of the liver, for it was always a dark greenish bile, which was insoluble in water. A British lieutenant, whose misfortunes reduced him to the necessity of accepting a bed in the poorhouse of this city, informed the late Dr. Steuben that he had once been much afflicted with the gout, and that he had upon many occasions strangled a fit of it by the early use of an emetic. Dr. Pai adds his testimony to those which have been given in favor of vomits, and says further that they do most service when they discharge an acid humor from the stomach. They appear to act in part by equalizing the divided excitement of the system, and in part by discharging the contents of the gallbladder and stomach, vitiated by the previous debility of those organs. Care should be taken not to exhibit this remedy where the gout attacks the stomach with symptoms of inflammation, or where it has a tendency to fix itself upon the brain. 4. Nitre may be given with advantage in cases of inflammatory action. Where the stomach is not affected, 5. A fifth remedy is cool or cold air. This is as safe and useful in the gout as in any other inflammatory state of fever. The affected limbs should be kept out of bed uncovered. In this way, Mr. Small says he moderated the pains of the gout in his hands and feet. I have directed the same practice with great comfort, as well as advantage to my patients. Even cold water has been applied with good effects to a limb inflamed by the gout. Mr. Blair McClenachin taught me the safety and benefit of this remedy by using it upon himself without the advice of a physician. He instantly removed his pain, nor was the gout translated by it to any other part of his body. It was removed in the same manner, Dr. Herberton tells us, by the celebrated Dr. Harvey from his own feet. Perhaps it would be best in most cases to prefer cool or cold air to cold water. The safety and advantages of both these modes of applying cold to the affected limbs show the impropriety of the common practice of wrapping them in flannel. 6th, diluting liquors, such as are prescribed in common inflammatory fevers, should be given in such quantities as to dispose to a gentle perspiration. 7. Abstinence from wine, spirits, and malt liquors, also from such aliments as afford much now 264 observations on nourishment or stimulus, should be carefully enjoined. Sago panada, tapioca, diluted milk with bread, and the pulp of apples, summer fruits, tea, coffee, weak chocolate, and bread soaked in chicken water or beef tea should constitute the principal diet of patients in due state of the gout. 8. Blisters are an invaluable remedy in this disease when used at a proper time, that is, after the reduction of the morbid actions in the system by evacuations. They should be applied to the joints of the feet and wrists in general gout, and to the neck and sides when it attacks the head or breast. A strangury from the gout is no objection to their use. So far from increasing this complaint, Dr. Clark and Dr. White inform us that they remove it, but the principal advantage of blisters is derived from their collecting and concentrating scattered and painful sensations and conveying them out of the system, and thus becoming excellent substitutes for a tedious fit of the gout. 9. Fear and terror have in some instances cured a paroxysm of this disease. A captain of a British ship of war, who had been confined for several weeks to his cabin by a severe fit of the gout in his feet, was suddenly cured by hearing the cry of fire on board his ship. This fact was communicated to me by a gentleman who was a witness of it. Many similar cases are upon record in books of medicine. I shall in another place insert an account of one in which the cure effected by a fright eradicated the disease from the system so completely as ever afterwards to prevent its return. Thus have I enumerated the remedies which are proper in the gout when it affects the blood vessels and viscera with great morbid action. Most of those remedies are alike proper when the morbid actions are seated in the muscular fibers, whether of the bowels or limbs, and whether they produce local pain or general convulsion, provided they are of a violent nature. There are some remedies under this head of a doubtful nature, on which I shall make a few observations. Sweating has been recommended in this state of the gout. All the objections to it in preference to other modes of depletion mentioned in another place can apply against its use in the inflammatory state of the gout. It is not only less safe than bleeding, purging, and abstinence, but it is often an impracticable remedy. The only sudorific medicine to be trusted in this state of the disease is the Seneca snake root. It promotes all the secretions and excretions and exerts but a feeble stimulus upon the arterial system. Many different preparations of opium have been advised in this state of the gout. They are all hurtful if given before the morbid action of the system is nearly reduced. It should then be given in small doses accommodated to the excitability of the system. Applications of various kinds to the affected limbs have been used in a fit of the gout, and some of them with success. The late Dr. Chalmers of South Carolina used to meet the pain of the gout as soon as it fixed in any of his limbs with a blister, and generally removed it by that means in 2 or 3 days. I have imitated this practice in several cases, and always with success, nor have I ever seen the gout thrown upon any of the viscera by means of this remedy. Caustics have sometimes been applied to gouty limbs with advantage. The moxa described and used by Sir William Temple, which is nothing but culinary fire, has often not only given relief to a pained limb, but carried off a fit of the gout in a few hours. These powerful applications may be used with equal advantage in those cases in which the gout by falling upon the head produces coma, or symptoms of apoplexy. A large casuistic to the neck roused Mr. John M. Hill Nesbit from a coma in which he had lain for 3 days and thereby appeared to save his life. Blisters and cataplasms of mustard had been previously used to different parts of his body, but without the least effect. In cases of moderate pain, where a blister has been objected to, I have seen a cabbage leaf afford considerable relief. It produces a moisture upon the part affected, without exciting any pain. An old sea captain taught me to apply molasses to a limb inflamed or pained by the gout. I have frequently advised it, and generally with advantage. All volatile and stimulating liniments are improper, for they not only endanger a translation of the morbid excitement to the viscera, but where they have not this effect, they increase the pain and inflammation of the part affected. The sooner a patient exercises his lower limbs by walking after a fit of the gout, the better. I made it a constant rule, says Mr. Small, to walk abroad as soon as the inflammatory state of the gout was past, and though by so doing I often suffered great pain, I am well convinced that the free use I now enjoy of my limbs is chiefly owing to my determined perseverance in the use of that exercise. Nor am I less persuaded that 9 in 10 of gouty cripples owe their lameness more to indolence and fear of pain than to the genuine effects of the gout. Sir William Temple confirms the propriety of Mr. Small's opinion and practice by an account of an old man who obviated a fit of the gout as often as he felt it coming in his feet, by walking in the open air, and afterwards by going into a warm bed, and having the parts well rubbed where the pain began. By following this course, he says, he was never laid up with the gout, and before his death recommended the same course to his son, if ever he should fall into that accident. Under a conviction of the safety of this practice, the same author concludes the history of his own case in the following words. I favored it, off as is, the swelling in my feet all this while more than I needed, upon the common opinion, that walking too much might draw down the humor, which I have since had reason to conclude is a great mistake, and that if I walked as much as I could from the first day the pain left me, the swelling might have left me too in a much less timeline. I come now to mention the remedies which are proper in that state of the gout, in which a feeble morbid action takes place in the blood vessels and viscera. I shall begin this head by remarking that this state of the gout is often created, like the typhus state of fever, by the neglect, or too scanty use of evacuations in its first stage. When the prejudices which now prevent the adoption of those remedies in their proper time are removed, we shall hear but little of the low state of the arthritic fever, nor of the numerous diseases from obstruction which are produced by the blood vessels disorganizing the viscera by repeated and violent attacks of the disease, to determine the character of a paroxysm of gout and the remedies proper to relieve it. The climate, the season of the year, the constitution of the atmosphere, and the nature of the prevailing epidemic should be carefully attended to by a Phi edition, p. 143 and 141, Session. But his principal dependence should be placed upon the state of the pulse. If it do not discover the marks which indicate bleed-ins are formerly referred to, but is weak, quick, and soft, the remedies should be such as are calculated to produce a more vigorous and equable action in the blood vessels and viscera. They are 1. Opium. It should at first be given in small doses and afterwards increased as circumstances may require. 2. Madeira or sherry wine alone or diluted with water, or in the form of whey, or rendered more cordial by having any agreeable spice infused in it. It may be given cold or warm according to the taste of the patient, or the state of his stomach. If this medicine be rejected in all the above forms, 3 porters should be given. It is often retained when no other liquor will lie upon the stomach. I think I once saved the life of Mr. Nesbit by this medicine. It checked the vomiting from the gout, which seemed to be the last symptom of his departing life. If porter fail of giving relief, 4. Ardent spirits should be given, either alone or in the form of grog or toddy. Cases have HEC urine, which a pint of brandy has been taken in the course of an hour with advantage. Great benefit has sometimes been found from Dr. Warner's tincture in this state of the gout. As these observations may fall into the hands of persons who may not have access to Dr. Warner's book, I shall here insert the receipt for preparing it. Of raisins, sliced and stoned, 1/2 pound, coriander and fennel seeds of each 1 drachma, cochineal, saffron, and licorice root, each 1/2 drachm. Infuse them for 10 days in a quart of French brandy, then strain it and add a pint more of brandy to the ingredients. Afterwards strain it and mix both tinctures together. 4 tablespoonfuls of this cordial are to be taken every hour, mixed with an equal quantity of water until relief be obtained. 10 drops of laudanum may be added to each dose in those cases in which the cordial does not produce its intended effects in 2 or 3 hours. If all the different forms of ardent spirits which have been mentioned fail of giving relief, 5. From 30 drops to a teaspoonful of ather should be given in any agreeable vehicle. Also, 6 volatile alkali. From 5 to 10 grains of this medicine should be given every 2 hours. 7. Aromatic substances such as allspice, ginger, Virginia snakeroot, cloves, and mace, in the form of teas, have all been useful in this state of the gout. All these remedies are indicated in a more especial manner when the gout affects the stomach. They are likewise proper when it affects the bowels. The laudanum in this case should be given by way of blister. After the vomiting was checked in Mr. Nesbit by means of porter, he was afflicted with a dull and distressing pain in his bowels, which was finally removed by 2 anodyne glisters injected daily for 2 or 3 weeks. 8. Where the gout produces spasmodic or convulsive motions, the oil of amber may be given with advantage. I once saw it remove for a while a convulsive cough from the gout. 9. In cases where the stomach will bear the bark, it should be given in large and frequent doses. It does the same service in this state of gout that it does in the slow or low states of fever from any other cause. Where the gout appears in the form of an intermittent, the bark affords the same relief that it does in the same disease from autumnal exhalations. Mr. Small found great benefit from it after discharging the contents of his stomach and bowels by a dose of tartar emetic. I do not call, says this gentleman, a fit of the gout a paroxysm, for there are several paroxysms in the fit, each of which is ushered in with a rigor, sickness at stomach, and subsequent heat. In this, the gout bears a resemblance to an irregular intermittent, at least to a remitting fever, and hence perhaps the efficacy of the bark in removing the gout tendon. The warm bath is a powerful remedy in exciting a regular and healthy action in the sanguiferous system. Where the patient is too weak to be taken out of bed and put into a bathing tub, his limbs and body should be wrapped in flannels dipped in warm water. In case of a failure of all the above remedies, 11. A salivation should be excited as speedily as possible by means of mercury. Dr. Cheyenne, 274 observation, commends it in high terms. I have once used it with success. The mercury, when used in this way, brings into action an immense mass of latent excitement, and afterwards diffuses it equally through every part of the body. 12 to it. Besides these internal remedies, frictions with brandy and volatile liniment should be used to the stomach and bowels. Blisters should be applied to parts in which congestion or pain is seated, and stimulating cataplasms should be applied to the lower limbs. The flower of mustard has been justly preferred for this purpose. It should be applied to the upper part of the foot. The reader will perceive, in the account I have given of the remedies proper in the feeble state of chronic fever, that they are the same which are used in the common typhus, or what is called nervios fever. There is no reason why they should not be the same, for the supposed 2 morbid states of the system are but one disease. It is agreeable in medical researches to be under the direction of principles. They render unnecessary, in many instances, the slow and expensive operations of experience, and thus multiply knowledge by lessening labor. The science of Navi the Gout. 275 Gaetian has rested upon this basis since the Discone vary of the lodestone. A mariner who has navigated a ship to one distant port is capable of conducting her to every port on the globe. In like manner, the physician who can cure one disease by knowledge of its principles may by the same means cure all the diseases of the human body, for their causes are the same. Judgment is required only in accommodating the force of remedies to the force of each disease. The difference in diseases which arises from their seats, horn age, sex, habit, season, and climate may be known in a short time, and is within the compass of very moderate talents. Were I to enumerate all the local symptoms of gout which occur without fever, and the remedies that are proper to relieve them, I should be led into a tedious digression. The reader must consult practical books for an account of it. I shall mention the remedies for a few of them. The theory of the gout which has been delivered will enable us to understand the reason why a disease which properly belongs to the whole system should at any time be accompanied only with local morbid affection. The whole body is a unit, and hence morbid impressions which are resisted by sound parts are propagated to such as are weak. Where they excite those morbid actions we call disease. The bedock is a distressing symptom of the gout. It yields to depleting or tonic remedies according to the degree of morbid action which accompanies it. I have heard an instance of an old man who was cured of an obstinate headache by throwing aside his nightcap and sleeping with his bare head exposed to the night air. The disease in this case was probably attended with great morbid action. In this state of the vessels of the brain, cupping, cold applications to the head, purges, a temperate diet, and blisters behind the ears are all proper remedies, and should be used together, or in succession, as the nature of the disease may require. Many persons have been cured of the same complaint by sleeping woolen nightcaps. The morbid action in these cases is all was of a feeble nature. With this remedy, tonics, particularly the bark and cold bath, will be proper. I have once known a chronic gouty pain in the head cured by an issue in the arm, after pounds of bark and many other tonic remedies had been taken to no purpose. The ophthalmia from gout should be treated with the usual remedies for that disease when it arises from other causes, with the addition of such local applications to other and distant parts of the body as may abstract the gouty action from the eyes. Dull but constant pains in the limbs yield to frictions, volatile liniments, muslin and woolen, worn next to the skin, electricity, a salivation, and the warm and cold bath. A gentleman who was afflicted with a pain of this kind for 3 years and a half in one of his arms informed me that he had been cured by wearing a woolen stocking that had been boiled with sulfur and water for 2 weeks upon the affected limb. He had previously doubly worn flannel upon it, but without receiving any benefit from it. I have known wool and cotton, finely carded and made into small mats, worn upon the hips when affected by gout with great advantage. In obstinate sciatic pains without fever or inflammation, Dr. Pitcairn's remedy, published by Dr. Shane, has performed many cures. It consists in taking from 1 to 4 teaspoonsful of the fine spirit of turpentine every morning, for a week or 10 days, and 3 times the quantity of honey, and afterwards in drinking a large quantity of sack whey to settle it on the stomach and canny it into the blood. An anodyne should be taken every night after taking this medicine. A gouty diarrhea should be treated with the usual astringent medicines of the shops. Blisters to the wrists and ankles, also a salivation, have often cured. I have heard of its being checked after continuing for many years by the patient eating large quantities of allspice, which he carried loose in his pocket for that purpose. The angina pectoris, which I have said is a symptom of the gout, generally comes on with fullness and tension in the pulse. After these are reduced by 2 or 3 bleedings, mineral tonics seldom fail of giving relief. Spas and ease in the stomach and pains in the bowels often seize gouty people in the midst of business or pleasure, or in the middle of the night. My constant prescription for these complaints is 10 drops of laudanum every half hour till relief be obtained. If this medicine be taken in the forming state of these pains, a single dose generally removes the disease. It is preferable to spiced wine and spirits, inasmuch as it acts quicker and leaves no disposition to contract a love for it when it is not required to ease pain. The pain in the rectum, which has been described, yields to the common remedies for the piles. Cold water applied to the part generally gives immediate relief. For a preternatural secretion and excretion of bile, gentle laxatives, and abstinence from oily food, full meals, and all violent exercises of the body and mind are proper. The itching in the anus, which I am supposed to be a symptom of gout, has yielded in one instance that has come within my knowledge to mercurial ointment applied to the part affected. Dr. Letzam recommends fomenting the part with a decoction of poppy heads and hemlock and advises lenient purges and a vegetable diet as a radical cure for the disease. For the itching in the vagina, I have found a solution of the sugar of lead in water to be an excellent palliative application. Dr. Letzam recommends as a cure for it the use of bark in delicate habits and occasional bleeding with a light and moderate diet, if it occur about the time of the cessation of the menses. Obstinate cutaneous eruptions, which are the effects of gout, have been cured by gentle physic, a suitable diet, issues, and applications of the unguentum citrinum to the parts affected. The arthritic gonorrhea should be treated with the same remedies as a gonorrhea from any other cause. In the treatment of all the local symptoms that have been enumerated, it will be of great consequence to inquire, before we attempt to cure them, whether they have not succeeded general gout, and thereby relieve the system from its effects in parts essential to life. If this had been the case, the cure of them should be undertaken with caution, and the danger of a local disease being exchanged for a general one should be obviated by remedies that are calculated to eradicate the gouty diathesis altogether from the system. The means for this purpose, agreeably to our order, come next under our consideration. Before I enter upon this head, I shall premise that I do not admit of the seeds of the gout remaining in the body to be eliminated by art after a complete termination of one of its paroxysms, any more than I admit of the seeds of a pleurisy, or intermitting fever remaining in the body after they have been cured by bloodletting six or bark. A predisposition only remains in the system to a return of the gout from its usual remote and exciting causes. The contrary idea took its rise in those ages of medicine in which morbific matter was supposed to be the proximate cause of the gout, but it has unfortunately continued since the rejection of that view. Thus, in many cases, we see wrong habits continue long after the principles have been discarded from which they were derived. I have known several instances in which art, and I have heard and read of others in which accidental suffering from abstinence, pain, and terror have been the happy means of overcoming a predisposition to the gout. A gentleman from one of the West India Islands, who had been for many years afflicted with the gout, was perfectly cured of it by living a year or two upon the temperate diet of the jail in this city, into which he was thrown for debt by one of his creditors. A large hemorrhage from the foot, inflamed and swelled by the gout, accidentally produced by a penknife which fell upon it, effected in an Irish gentleman a lasting cure of the disease. Hildanus mentions the history of a gentleman whom he knew intimately, who was radically cured of a gout with which he had been long afflicted. By the extreme bodily pain, he suffered 28-pound observations on, feared innocently from torture in the canton of Bern. He lived to be an old man, and ever afterwards enjoyed good health. The following letter from my brother contains the history of a case in which terror suddenly eradicated the gout from the system. Reading July 21st, 1797. Dear brother, when I had the pleasure of seeing you last week, I mentioned an extraordinary cure of the gout in this town by means of a fright. In compliance with your request, I now send an exact narration of the facts. Peter Feather, the person cured, is now alive. A householder in Reading, 73 years of age, a native of Germany, and a very hearty man. The first fit of the gout he ever had was about the year 1773, and from that time till 1785, he had a regular attack in the spring of every year. His feet, hands, and elbows were much swollen and inflamed. The fits lasted long and were excruciating. In particular, the last fit in 1785 was so severe as to induce an apprehension that it would inevitably carry him off when he was suddenly relieved by the following accident. As he lay in a small back room adjoining the yard, it happened that one of his sons, in turning a wagon and horses, drove the tongue of the wagon with such force against the window, near which the old man lay stretched on a bed, as to beat in the sash of the window, and to scatter the pieces of broken glass all about him. To such a degree was he alarmed by the noise and violence, that he instantly leaped out of bed, forgot that he had ever used crutches, and eagerly inquired what was the matter. His wife, hearing the uproar, ran into the room where, to her astonishment, she found her husband on his feet, bawling against the author of the mischief, with the most passionate vehemence. From that moment, he has been entirely exempt from the gout, has never had the slightest touch of it, and now enjoys perfect health, has a good appetite, and says he was never heartier in his life. This is probably the more remarkable when I add that he has always been used to the hard work of a farm, and since the year 1785 has frequently mowed in his own meadow, which I understand is low and wet. I am well informed in his mode of living. He has been temperate, occasionally indulging in a glass of wine after the manner of the German farmers, but not to excess. To you who have been long accustomed to explore diseases, I leave the task of developing the principles on which this mysterious restoration from the lowest decrepitude and bodily wretchedness to a state of perfect health has been accomplished. I will know that toothaches, headaches, hiccoughs, and are often removed by the sudden impression of fear, and that they return again. But to see a debilitated gouty frame instantly restored to vigor, to see the whole system in a moment, as it were, undergo a perfect and entire change, and the most inveterate and incurable disease radically expelled, is surely a different thing, and must be acknowledged a very singular and marvelous event, if an old man, languishing under disease and infirmity, had died of mere fright. Nobody would have been surprised at it. But that he should be absolutely cured, and his constitution renovated by it, is a most extraordinary fact, which, while I am compelled to believe by unexceptionable evidence, I am totally at a loss to account for. I am your sincerely affectionate brother, Jacob Rush. These facts, and many similar ones which might be mentioned, afford ample encouragement to proceed in enumerating the means which are proper to prevent the recurrence of the gout, or in other words, to eradicate it from the system. I shall first mention the means of preventing the return of that state of the disease which is accompanied with violent action, and afterwards take notice of the means of preventing the return of that state of it, in which a feeble morbid action takes place in the blood vessels. The means for this purpose consist in avoiding all the remote, exciting, and predisposing causes of the gout which have been mentioned. I shall say a few words upon the most important of them in the order that has been proposed. The first remedy for obviating the violent state of gout is 1. Temperance. This should be regulated in its degrees by the age, habits, and constitution of the patient. A diet consisting wholly of milk, vegetables, and simple water has been found necessary to prevent the recurrence of the gout in some cases. But in general, fish, eggs, the white meats, and wheat broths may be taken in small quantities once a day, with milk and vegetables at other times. A little salted meat, which affords less nourishment than fresh, may be eaten occasionally. It imparts vigor to the stomach and prevents dyspepsia from a diet consisting chiefly of vegetables. The low and acid wines should be avoided, but weak Madeira or sherry wine and water or small beer may be drunken at meals. The latter liquor was the favorite drink of Dr. Sydenham in his fits of the gout. Strong tea and coffee should not be tasted, where there is reason to believe the habitual use of them has contributed to bring on the disease. From the disposition of the gout to return the spring and autumn, greater degrees of abstinence in eating and drinking will be necessary at those seasons than at any other time. With this diminution of aliment, gentle purges should be taken to obviate an attack of the gout. In persons above 50 years of age, an abstemious mode of living should be commenced with aureate caution. It has sometimes, when entered upon suddenly and carried to its utmost extent, induced fits of the gout and precipitated death. In such persons, the abstractions from their usual diet should be small. and our dependence should be placed upon other means to prevent a return of the disease. Moderate labor and gentle exercise have frequently removed that debility and vibratility in the blood vessels on which a predisposition to the gout depends. Hundreds of persons who have been reduced by misfortunes to the necessity of working for their daily bread have thrown off a gouty diathesis derived from their parents, or acquired by personal acts of folly and intemperance. The employments of agriculture afford the most wholesome labor, and walking the most salutary exercise. To be useful, they should be moderate. The extremes of indolence and bodily activity meet in a point. They both induce debility, which predisposes to a recurrence of a fit of the gout. Riding in a carriage and on horseback are less proper as a means of preventing the disease than walking. Their action upon it is partial. The lower limbs derive no benefit from it, and on these the violent state of gout generally makes its first attack. In England, many domestic exercises have been contrived for gouty people, such as shuttlecock, bullets, the chamber horse, and the like, but they are all trifling in their effects compared with labor and exercise in the open air. The efficacy of the former of those prophylactic remedies will appear in a strong point of light when we consider how much the operation of the remote and exciting causes of the gout, which act more or less upon persons in the humblest ranks of society, are constantly counteracted in their effects by the daily labor which is necessary for thick subsistence. 3. To prevent the recurrence of the gout, cold should be carefully avoided, more especially when it is combined with moisture. Flannel should be worn next to the skin in winter, and muslin in summer, in order to keep up a steady and uniform perspiration. Fleecy hosiery should be worn in cold weather upon the breast and knees, and the feet should be kept constantly warm and dry by means of socks and cork-soled shoes. It was by wetting his feet by standing 2 or 3 hours upon the damp ground that Colonel Miles produced the gout in his stomach and bowels, which had nearly destroyed him in the year 1795-4. Great moderation should be used by persons who are subject to the gout in the exercise of their understandings and passions. Intense study, fear, terror, anger, and even joy have often excited the disease into action. It has been observed that the political and military passions act with more force upon the system than those which are of a social and domestic nature. Hence generals and statesmen are so often afflicted with the gout, and that too, as was hinted in another place, in moments the most critical and important to the welfare of a nation. The combination of the exercises of the understanding and the passion of avarice in gaming have often produced an attack of this disease. These facts show the necessity of gouty people subjecting their minds, with all their operations, to the government of reason and religion. The understanding should be exercised only upon light and pleasant subjects. No study should ever be pursued till it brings on fatigue, and above all things, midnight, and even late studies should be strictly avoided. A gouty man should always be in bed at an early hour. This advice has the sanction of Dr. Sydenham's name, and experience proves its efficacy in all chronic diseases. 5. The venereal appetite should be indulged with moderation. And 6. Costiveness should be prevented by all persons who wish to escape a return of violent fits of the gout. Sulphur is an excellent remedy for this purpose. Dr. Sheen commends it in high terms. His words are, "Sulphur is one of the best remedies in the intervals of the gout. In the whole extent of the materia medica, I know not a more volume higher." 2. Safe and active medicine. 2 cases have come within my knowledge, in which it has kept off fits of the gout for several years, in persons who had been accustomed to have them once or twice a year. Rhubarb in small quantities chewed or in the form of pills may be taken to obviate costiveness. By persons who object to the habitual use of sulphur, Dr. Sheen, who is lavish in his praises of that medicine as a gentle laxative, says, "He knew a noble lord of great worth and much gout, who, by taking from the hands of a quack a drachm of rhubarb, tinged with cochineal to disguise it, every morning for 6 weeks, lived in health for 4 years after, without any symptom of EFF. I have said that abstinence should be enjoined with more strictness in the spring and autumn than at any other time to prevent a return of the gout. From the influence of the weather at those seasons and exciting febrile actions in the system, the loss of a pint of blood will be useful in some cases for the same purpose. It will be the more necessary if the gout has not paid its habitual visits to the system. The late Dr. Gregory had been accustomed to an attack of the gout every spring. 2C gout, P35, T page 3. Sons passed away without his feeling any symptoms of it. He began to flatter himself with a hope that the predisposition to the disease had left him. Soon afterwards, he died suddenly of an apoplexy. The loss of a few ounces of blood at the usual time in which the gout affected him would probably have protracted his life for many years. In the year 1796, in visiting a patient, I was accidentally introduced into a room where a gentleman from the Delaware state had been lying on his back for near 6 weeks with an acute fit of the gout. He gave me a history of his sufferings. His pulse was full and tense, and his whole body was covered with sweat from the intensity of his pain. He had not had his boxals open for 10 days. I advised purging and bleeding in his case. The very names of those remedies startled him, for he had adopted the opinion of the salutary nature of a fit of the gout, and therefore hugged his chains. After explaining the reason of my prescriptions, he informed me in support of them, that he had escaped the gout but 2 years and 20, and that in one of these 2 years he had been bled for a fall from his horse, and in the other his body had been reduced by a chronic fever. Previously to the time of the annual visit of his gout, as a proof of the efficacy of active or passive depletion. In preventing the gout, it has been found that persons who sweat freely, either generally or partially, or who make a great deal of water, are rarely affected by it. An epitome of all that has been said upon the means of preventing a return of the gout may be delivered in a few words. A man who has had one fit of it should consider himself in the same state as a man who has received the seeds of a malignant fever into his blood. He should treat his body as if it were a Florence flask. By this means he will probably prevent, during his life, the re-excitement of the disease. Are issues proper to prevent the return of the violent state of gout? I have heard of an instance of an issue in the leg having been effectual for this purpose, but if the remedies before mentioned be used in the manner that has been directed, so unpleasant a remedy can seldom be necessary. Are bitters proper to prevent a return of this state of spoiled? It will be a sufficient answer to this question to mention that the Duke of Portland's powder, which is composed of bitter ingredients, excited a fatal gout in many people who used it for that purpose. I should as soon expect to see gold produced by the operations of fire upon copper or lead, as expect to see the gout prevented or cured by any medicine that acted upon the system, without the aid of more or less of the remedies that have been mentioned. Tukai. We come now, in the last place, to mention the remedies which are proper to prevent a return of that state of gout, which is attended with a feeble morbid action in the blood vessels and viscera. This state of gout generally occurs in the evening of life, and in persons of delicate habits, or in such as have had their constitutions worn down by repeated attacks of the disease. The remedies to prevent it are 1. A gently stimulating diet, consisting of animal food well cooked, with sound old Madeira or sherry wine or weak spirit and water, salted, and even smoked meat may be taken in this state of the system with advantage. It is an agreeable tonic and is less disposed to create plethora than fresh meat. Pickles and vinegar should seldom be tasted. They dispose to gouty spasms in the stomach and bowels. Long intervals between meals should be carefully avoided. The stomach, when overstretched or empty, is always alike predisposed to disease. There are cases in which the evils of inanition in the stomach will be prevented by a gouty patient eating in the middle of the night. 2. The use of chalybeate medicines. These are more safe when used habitually than bitters. I have long been in the practice of giving the different preparations of iron in large doses in chronic diseases, and in that state of debility which disposes to them. A lady of a weak constitution informed Dr. Chenier that she once asked Dr. Sydenham how long she might safely take steel. His answer was that she might take it for 30 years, and then begin again if she continued ill. Water impregnated with iron, either by nature or art, may be taken. It will be more useful if it be drunken in a place where patients will have the benefit of country air. 3. The habitual use of the volatile tincture of gum guaiacum and of other cordial and gently sty the gout P69 mulating medicines. A clove of garlic taken once or twice a day has been found useful in debilitated habits predisposed to the gout. It possesses a wonderful power in bringing latent excitement into action. It moreover acts agreeably upon the nervous system. Mr. Small found great benefit from breakfasting upon a tea made of half a drachm of ginger, cut into small slices, in preventing occasional attacks of the gout in his stomach. Sir Joseph Banks was much relieved by a diet of milk, with ginger boiled in it. The root of the sassafras of our country might probably be used with advantage for the same purpose. Aurelian speaks of certain remedies for the gout which he calls analiae. The above medicines belong to this class. To be effectual, they should be persisted in not for 1 year only, but for many years. 4. Warmth uniformly applied by means of suitable dresses and sitting rooms to every part of the body. 5. The warm bath in winter and the temperate or cold bath in summer. 6. Exercise. This may be in a carnage or on horseback. The viscera being debilitated in this state of predisposition to the gout are strengthened in a peculiar manner by the gentle motion of a horse. Where this or other modes of passive exercise cannot be had, frictions to the limbs and body should be used every day. 7. Costorousness should be avoided by taking occasionally 1 or 2 tablespoonfuls of Dr. Warner's purging tincture, prepared by infusing rhubarb, orange peel, and caraway seeds of each an ounce for 3 days in a quart of Madeira, or any other white wine. If this medicine be ineffectual for opening the bowels, rhubarb may be taken in the manner formerly mentioned. 8. The understanding and passions should be constantly employed in agreeable studies and pursuits. Fatigue of mind and body should be carefully avoided. 9. A warm climate often protracts life in persons subject to this state of gout. The citizens of Rome, who had worn down their constitutions by intemperance, added many years to their lives. By migrating to Naples and enjoying there in a warmer sun the pure air of the Mediterranean, and Sir William Temple says the Portuguese obtained the same benefit by transporting themselves to the Brazils. After medicine and diet ceased to impart vigor to their constitutions in their native country. Thus have I enumerated the principal remedies for curing and preventing the gout. Vast of them are to be met with in books of medicine, but they have been administered by physicians or taken by patients with so little regard to the different states of the system that they have in many instances done more harm than good. Solomon places all wisdom in the management of human affairs in finding out the proper times for performing certain actions. Skill in medicine consists in an eminent degree in timing remedies. There is a time to bleed and a time to withhold the lancet. There is a time to give physic and a time to trust to the operations of nature. There is a time to eat meat, and there is a time to abstain from it. There is a time to give tonic medicines and a time to refrain from them. In a word, the cure of the gout depends wholly upon 2 things, viz., proper remedies and their proper times and places. I shall take leave of this disease by comparing it to a deep and dreary cave in a new country, in which ferocious beasts and venomous reptiles with vol our ear, 2p numerous ghosts and hobgoblins are said to reside. The neighbors point at the entrance of this cave with horror, and tell of the many ravages that have been committed upon their domestic animals, by the cruel tenants which inhabit it. At length a schoolboy, careless of his safety, ventures to enter the subterraneous cavern, when, to his great delight, he finds nothing in it but the same kind of stones and water he left behind him upon the surface of the earth. In like manner, I have found no other principles necessary to explain the cause of the gout, and no other remedies necessary to cure it, than such as are admitted in explaining the causes, and in prescribing for the most simple and common diseases. Upon the nature and cure of the hydrophobia. Observations and easy equals in entering upon the consideration of this formidable disease. I feel envious self under an involuntary impression, somewhat like that which was produced by the order that King of Syria gave to his captains when he was conducting them to battle. For fight not with small or great, save only with the King of Israel. In whatever light we contemplate the hydrophobia, It may be considered as preeminent in power and mortality over all other diseases. It is now many years since the distress and horror excited by it, both in patients and their friends, led me with great solicitude to investigate its nature. I have at length satisfied myself with the theory of it, which I hope will lead to a rational and successful mode of treating it. For a history of the symptoms of the disease, and many interesting facts connected with it, I beg leave to refer the reader to Dr. Mies's learned and ingenious inaugural dissertation, published in the year 1792. The remote and exciting causes of the hydrophobia are as follow. 1. The bite of a rabid animal. Wolves, foxes, cats, as well as dogs impart the disease. It has been said that blood must be drawn in order to produce it. But I have heard of a case in Lancaster County in Pennsylvania in which a severe contusion by the teeth of the rabid animal, without the effusion of a drop of red blood, excited the disease. Happily for mankind, it cannot be communicated by blood or saliva falling upon sound parts of the body. In Maryland, the Negroes eat with safety the flesh of hogs that have perished from the bite of mad dogs, and I have heard of the milk of a cow. At Chestertown, in the same state, having been used without any inconvenience by a whole family, on the very day in which she was affected by this disease, and which killed her in a few hours. Dr. Baumgarten confirms these facts by saying that the flesh and milk of rabid animals have been eaten with perfect impunity. In the following observations, I shall confine myself chiefly to the treatment of the hydrophobia, which arises from the bite of a rabid animal. But I shall add in this place a short account of all its other causes. 2 Cold Night Air. Dr. Arthur, late president of the Society of Philadelphians in St. Domingo, has published several cases in which it was produced in Negroes by sleeping all night in the open air. 3 A wound in a tendinous part. 4 Putrid and impure animal food. 5 Worms. 6 Eating beech nuts. 7 Great thirst. 8 Exposure to intense heat. 9 Drinking cold water when the body was very much heated. 10 A fall. 11 Fear. 12 Hysteria. 13 Epilepsy. 14 Tetanus. 15 Hydrocephalus. Of the presence of hydrophobia in the hydrocephalic state of fever, there have been several instances in Philadelphia. 16 An inflammation of the stomach. Dr. Trotter mentions the hydrophobia as a symptom which frequently occurred in the typhus state of fever in the British Navy. 19. It is taken notice of likewise in a putrid fever by Dr. Costes, and Dr. Oriferts observed it in a high degree in a young lady who died of the yellow fever in 1793. Chapter 5. Medical Inquiries and Observations, Volume 2, Part 5, 20. The bite of an angry, but not a diseased animal. 21. An involuntary association of ideas. Cases of spontaneous hydrophobia from all the above causes are to be met with in practical writers, and of most of them in M. Audrey's learned work entitled Recherches sur la rage. The dread of water, from which this disease derives its name, has 5 distinct grades. 1. It cannot be touched. 3. It cannot be touched. 3. The sound of it pouring from one vessel to another. 4. The sight of it. And 5. Even the naming of it cannot be borne without exciting convulsions. Yet this symptom is not a universal one. Dr. Mead mentions 3 cases in which there was no dread of water in persons who received the disease from the bite of a rabid animal. It is unfortunate for 476. This disease, as well as many others, that a single symptom should impose names upon them. In the present instance, it has done great harm by fixing the attention of physicians so exclusively upon the dread of water which occurs in it, that they have in a great measure overlooked every other circumstance which belongs to the disease. The theory of the hydrophobia, which an examination of its causes, symptoms, and accidental cures, with all the industry I was capable of, has led me to adopt, is that it is a malignant state of fever. My reasons for this opinion are as follow. 1. The disease in all rabid animals is a fever. This is obvious in dogs, who are most subject to it. It is induced in them by the usual causes of fever, such as scanty or putrid aliment, extreme cold, and the sudden action of heat upon our bodies. Proofs of its being derived from each of the above causes are to be met with in most of the authors who have written upon it. The animal matters which are rendered morbid by the action of the canine madness chiefly arises from the excessive number of ill-kept and ill-fed dogs. Young's Annals, Vault 7561. Above causes upon them are determined to the saliva, in which a change seems to be induced, similar to that which takes place in the perspirable matter of the human species from the operation of similar causes upon it. This matter, it is well known, is the remote cause of the jail fever. No wonder the saliva of a dog should produce a disease of the same kind, after being vitiated by the same causes, and thereby disposed to produce the same effects, too. The disease, called canine madness, prevails occasionally among dogs at those times in which malignant fevers are epidemic. This will not surprise those persons who have been accustomed to observe the prevalence of the influenza and bilious fevers among other domestic animals, at a time when they are epidemic among the human species. 3. Dogs, when they are said to be mad, exhibit the usual symptoms of fever, such as a want of appetite, great heat, a dull, fierce red or watery eye, indisposition to motion, sleepiness, delirium, and madness. The symptom of madness is far from being universal, and hence many dogs are diseased and die with this malignant fever, that are inoffensive, and instead of biting, continue to fawn upon their masters. Nor is the disposition of the fever to communicate itself by infection universal among dogs, any more than the same fever in the human species. And this, I suppose, to be one reason why many people are bitten by what are called mad dogs, who never suffer any inconvenience from it. 4. A dissection of a dog by Dr. Cooper that died with this fever exhibited all the usual marks of inflammation and effusion which take place in common malignant fevers. I shall in another place mention a fifth argument in favor of the disease in dogs being a malignant fever, from the efficacy of one of the most powerful remedies in that state of fever, having cured it in 2 instances. The disease produced in the human species by the bite of a rabid animal is a malignant fever. This appears first from its symptoms. These, as recorded by Aurelian Mead, Fothergill, Plummer, Arnold, Baumgarten, and Morgagni, are chills, great heat, thirst, nausea, burning sensation in the stomach, vomiting, costiveness, a small, quick, tense, irregular, intermitting, natural, or slow pulse, a cool skin, great sensibility to cold air, partial cold, and clammy sweats on the hands, or sweats accompanied with a warm skin diffused all over the body, difficulty of breathing, sighing, restlessness, hiccup, giddiness, headache, delirium, coma, false vision, dilatation of the pupils, dullness of sight, blindness, glandular swellings, heat of urine, priapism, palpitation of the he or t. I know that there are cases of hydrophobia upon record in which there is said to be a total absence of fever. The same thing has been said of the plague. In both cases, the supposed absence of fever is the effect of stimulus acting upon the blood vessels with so much force as to suspend morbid action in them. By abstracting a part of this stimulus, a fever is excited, which soon discovers itself in the pulse and on the skin, and frequently in pains in every part of the body. The dread of water and the great sensibility of the system to cold air are said to give a specific character to the hydrophobia, but the former symptom, it has been often seen, occurs in diseases from other causes, and the latter has been frequently observed in the yellow fever. It is no more extraordinary that a fever excited by the bite of a rabid animal should excite a dread of water than that fevers from other causes should produce aversion from certain aliments, from light, and from sounds of all kinds. Nor is it any more a departure from the known laws of stimulants that the saliva of a mad dog should affect the fauces, than that mercury should affect the salivary gland. Both stimuli appear to act in a specific manner. The hydrophobia partakes of the character of a malignant fever in appearing at different intervals from the time at which the infection is received into the body. These intervals are from 1 day to 5 or 6 months. The smallpox shows itself in intervals from 8 to 20 days, and the plague and yellow fever from the moment in which the miasmata are inhaled, to nearly the same distance of time. This latitude in the periods at which infectious and contagious matters are brought into action in the body must be resolved into the influence which the season of the year, the habits of the patients, and the passion of fear have upon them. Where the interval between the time of being bitten and the appearance of a dread of water exceeds 5 or 6 months, it is probable it may be occasioned by a disease derived from another cause. Such a person is predisposed in common with other people to all the diseases of which the hydrophobia is a symptom. The recollection of the poisonous wound he has received and its usual consequences is seldom absent from his mind for months or years. A fever or an affection of his nerves from their most common causes cannot fail of exciting in him apprehensions of the disease which usually follows the accident to which he has been exposed. His fears are then let loose upon his system, and produce in a short time a dread of water which appears to be wholly unconnected with the bite of a rabid animal. Similar instances of the effects of fear upon the human body are to be met with in books of medicine. The pains produced by fear acting upon the imagination in supposed venereal infections are as real and severe as they are in the worst state of that disease. 3. Blood drawn in the hydrophobia exhibits the same appearances which have been remarked in malignant fevers. In Mr. Bellamy, the gentleman whose case is so minutely related by Dr. Fothergill, the blood discovered with slight traces of size. Serum remarkably yellow. It was uncommonly sizy in a boy of Mr. George Oakley whom I saw, and bled for the first time on the 4th day of his disease in the beginning of the year 1797. His pulse imparted to the fingers the same kind of quick, intense stroke which is common in an acute inflammatory fever. He died in convulsions the next day. He had been bitten by a mad dog on one of his temples 3 weeks before he discovered any signs of indisposition. There are several other cases upon record of the blood exhibiting in this disease the same appearances as in common malignant and inflammatory fevers. 4. The hydrophobia accords exactly with malignant fevers in its duration. It generally terminates in death according to its violence and the habit of the patient in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th day from the time of its attack, and with the same symptoms which attend the last stage of malignant fevers. 5. The body after death from the hydrophobia putrefies with the same rapidity that it does after death from a malignant fever in which no depletion has been used. Hydrophobia exhibit the same appearances which are observed in the bodies of persons who have perished of malignant fevers. These appearances, according to Morgani and Tauvry, are marks of inflammation in the throat, esophagus, trachea, brain, stomach, liver, and bowels, effusions of water and congestions of blood in the brain, large quantities of dark-colored or black bile in the gallbladder and stomach, mortifications in the bowels and bladder, livid spots on the surface of the body, and, above all, the arteries filled with fluid blood and the veins nearly empty. I am aware that 2 cases of death from hydrophobia are related by Dr. Vaughan, in which no appearance of disease was discovered by dissection in any part of the body. Similar appearances have occasionally been met with in persons who have died of malignant fevers. In another place, I hope to prove that we err in placing disease in inflammation, for it is one of its primary effects only, and hence, as was before remarked, it does not take place in many instances in malignant fevers, until the arteries are so far relaxed by 2 or 3 bleedings, as to be able to relieve themselves by effusing red blood into serous vessels. And thus, to produce that aeroloca which I shall say hereafter is essential to inflammation, the existence of body could not take place. J14 observations on this grade of action in the arteries may always be known by the presence of sizy blood, and by found more obvious and common symptoms of fever. The remedies for hydrophobia, according to the principles I have endeavored to establish, divide themselves naturally into 2 kinds. Such as are proper to prevent the disease after the infection of the rabid animal is received into the body. 2. Such as are proper to cure it when formed. The first remedy under the first general head is abstracting or destroying the virus by cutting or burning out the wounded part, or by long and frequent effusions of water upon it, agreeably to the advice of Dr. Haygarth, in order to wash the saliva from it. The smallpox has been prevented by cutting out the part in which the puncture was made in the arm with variolous matter. There is no reason why the same practice should not succeed, if used in time, in the hydrophobia. Where it has failed of success, it has probably been used after the poison has contaminated the blood. The wound should be kept open and running for several months. In this way, a servant girl who was bitten by the same cat that bit Mr. Bellamy is supposed by Dr. Fothergill to have escaped the disease. Dr. Weston of Jamaica believes that he prevented the disease by the same means in 2 instances. Perhaps an advantage would arise from exciting a good deal of inflammation in the wound. We observe after inoculation that the more inflamed the puncture becomes, and the greater the discharge from it, the less fever and eruption follow in the smallpox. A second preventive is a low diet, such as has been often used with success to mitigate the plague and yellow fever. The system, in this case, bends beneath the stimulus of the morbid saliva, and thus obviates or lessens its effects at a future day. During the use of these means to prevent the disease, the utmost care should be taken to keep up our patient's spirits by inspiring confidence in the remedies prescribed for him. Mercury has been used in order to prevent the disease. There are many well-attested cases upon record of persons who have been salivated after being bitten by mad animals, in whom the disease did not show itself, but there are an equal number AEF cases to be met with, in which a salivation did 360 in debeservations and not prevent it. From this, it would seem probably that the saliva did not infect in the cases in which the disease was supposed to have been prevented by the mercury. At the time, calomel was used to prepare the body for the smallpox. A salivation was often induced by it. The affection of the salivary glands in many instances lessened the number of pox, but I believe in no instance prevented the eruptive fever. I shall say nothing here of the many other medicines which have been used to prevent the disease. No one of them has, I believe, done any more good than the boasted specifics which have been used to eradicate the gout or to procure old age. They appear to have derived their credit from some of the following circumstances accompanying the bite of the animal. 1. The animal may have been angry, but not diseased with a malignant fever such as I have described. 2. He may have been diseased, but not to such a degree as to have rendered his saliva infectious. 3. The saliva, when infectious, may have been so washed off in passing through the patient's clothes as not to have entered the wound made in the flesh. And 4. There may have been no predisposition in the patient to receive the fever. This is often observed in persons exposed to the plague, yellow fever, smallpox, and to the infection of the itch and the venereal disease. The hydrophobia, like the smallpox, generally comes on with some pain and inflammation in the part in which the infection was infused into the body. But to this remark, as in the smallpox, there are some exceptions. As soon as the disease discovers itself, whether by pain or inflammation in the wounded part, or by any of the symptoms formerly mentioned, the first remedy indicated is bloodletting. All the facts which have been mentioned relative to its cause, symptoms, and the appearances of the body after death concur to enforce the use of the lancet in this disease. Its affinity to the plague and yellow fever in its force is an additional argument in favor of that remedy. To be effectual, it should be used in the most liberal manner. The loss of 100 to 200 ounces of blood will probably be necessary in most cases to effect a cure. The pulse should govern the use of the lancet, as in other states of fever, taking care not to be imposed upon by the absence of frequency in it, in the supposed absence of fever and of tension and affections of the stomach, bowels, and brain. This practice, in the extent I have recommended it, is justified not only by the theory of the disease, but by its having been used with success in the following cases. Dr. Nugent cured a woman by 2 copious bleedings and afterwards by the use of sweating and cordial medicines. Mr. Wrightson was encouraged by Dr. Nugent's success to use the same remedies with the same happy issue in a boy of 15 years of age. Mr. Falconer cured a young woman of the name of Hannah Moore by a copious bleeding and another depleting remedy to be mentioned hereafter. Mr. Poupart cured a woman by bleeding until she fainted, and Mr. Berger gives an account of a number of persons being bitten by a rabid animal, T. Ditto P. 22, in all of whom died, except 2 who were saved by bleeding. In the 40th volume of the Transactions of the Royal Society of London, there is an account of a man being cured of hydrophobia by Dr. Hartley by the loss of 120 ounces of blood. Dr. Tilton cured this disease in a woman in the Delaware state by very copious bleeding. The remedy was suggested to the doctor by an account taken from a London magazine of a dreadful hydrophobia being cured by an accidental and profuse hemorrhage from the temporal artery. A case is related by Dr. Innes of the loss of 116 ounces of blood in 7 days having cured this disease. In the patient who was the subject of this cure, the bleeding was used in the most depressed and apparently weak state of the pulse. It rose constantly with the loss of blood. The cases related by Dr. Tilton and Dr. Innes were said to be of a spontaneous nature. But the T Medical Essays of Edinburgh Valdo IP 226, Pound Medical Commentaries Voltaire 96. Morbid actions were exactly the same in both patients with those which are derived from the bite of a rabid animal. There is but one remote cause of disease, and that is stimulus, and it is of no consequence in the disease now under consideration. Whether the dread of water be the effect of the saliva of a rabid animal acting upon the fauces, or of a morbid excitement determined to those parts by any other stimulus. The inflammation of the stomach depends upon the same kind of morbid action, whether it be produced by the miasmata of the yellow fever or the usual remote and exciting causes of the gout. And apoplexy is the same disease when it arises from a contusion by external violence, that it is when it arises spontaneously from the congestion of blood or water in the brain. A dropsy from obstructions in the liver induced by strong drink does not differ in its proximate cause from the dropsy brought on by the obstructions in the same viscus, which are left by a neglected or half-cured bilious fever. These remarks are of extensive application, and, if duly attended to, would deliver us from a mass of error which has been accumulating for ages in medicine. I mean the nomenclature of diseases from their remote causes. It is the most offensive and injurious part of the rubbish of our science. I grant that bleeding has been used in some instances in hydrophobia without effect, but in all such cases it was probably used out of time or in too sparing a manner. The credit of this remedy has suffered in many other diseases from the same causes. I beg it may not be tried in this disease by any physician who has not renounced our modern systems of nosology, and adopted, in their utmost extent, the principles and practice of Botalis and Sydenham in the treatment of malignant fevers. Before I quit the subject of bloodletting and hydrophobia, I have to add that it has been used with success in 2 instances in dogs that had exhibited all the usual symptoms of what has been called madness. In one case, blood was drawn by cutting off the tail, in the other, by cutting off the ears of the diseased animal. I mention these facts with pleasure, not only because they serve to support the theory and practice which I have endeavored to establish in this disease, but because they will render it unnecessary to destroy the life of a useful and affectionate animal in order to prevent his spreading it. By curing it in a dog by means of bleeding, we moreover beget confidence in the same remedy in persons who have been bitten by him, and thus lessen the force of the disease by preventing the operation of fear upon the system to ail. Purges and glisters have been found useful in the hydrophobia. They discharge bile, which is frequently vitiated, and reduce morbid action in the stomach and blood vessels. Dr. Costa ascribes the cure of a young woman in a convent wholly to glisters given 5 or 6 times every day. 3 sweating after bleeding completed the cure of the boy whose case is mentioned by Mr. Wrightson. Dr. Baumgarten speaks highly of this mode of depleting, and says further that it has never been cured but by evacuations of some kind. 4. All the advantages which attend a salivation in common malignant fevers are to be expected from it in the hydrophobia. It aided bloodletting in 2 persons who were cured by Mr. Falconer and Dr. Lecomte. There are several cases upon record in which musk and opium have afforded evident relief in this disease. A physician in Virginia cured it by large doses, bark and wine. I have no doubt of the efficacy of these remedies when the disease is attended with a moderate or feeble morbid action in the system, for I take it for granted. It resembles malignant fevers from other causes in appearing in different grades of force. In its more violent and common form, stimulants of all kinds must do harm, unless they are of such a nature and exhibited in such quantities as to exceed in their force the stimulus of the disease. But this is not to be expected, more especially as the stomach is for the most part so irritable as sometimes to reject the mildest aliments, as well as the most gentle medicines. After the morbid actions in the system have been weakened, tonic remedies would probably be useful in accelerating the cure. Blisters and stimulating cataplasms applied to the feet might probably be used with the same advantage in the declining state of the disease that they have been used in the same stage of other malignant fevers. The cold bath, also long immersion in cold water, have been frequently used in this disease. The former aided the Lancet in the cure of the man whose case is related by Dr. Hartley. There can be no objection to cold water in either of the above forms, provided no dread is excited by it in the mind of the patient. The reader will perceive here that I have deserted an opinion which I formerly held upon the cause and cure of the tetanus. I suppose the hydrophobia to depend upon debility. This debility I have since been led to consider as partial, depending upon abstraction of excitement from some, and a morbid accumulation of it in other parts of the body. The preternatural excitement predominates so far, in most cases of hydrophobia over debility, that depleting remedies promise more speedily and safely to equalize, and render it natural than medicines of an opposite character. In the treatment of those cases of hydrophobia which are not derived from the bite of a rabid animal, regard should always be had to its remote and exciting causes, so as to accommodate the remedies to them. The imperfection of the present nomenclature of medicine has become the subject of general complaint. The mortality of the disease from the FE bite of a rabid animal has been increased by its name. The terms hydrophobia and canine madness convey ideas of the symptoms of the disease only, and of such of them too as are by no means universal. If the theory I have delivered and the practice I have recommended be just, it ought to be called the hydrophobic state of fever. This name associates it at once with all the other states of fever, and leads us to treat it with the remedies which are proper in its kindred diseases, and to vary them constantly with the varying state of the system. In reviewing what has been said of this disease, I dare not say that I have not been misled by the principles of fever which I have adopted, but if I have, I hope the reader will not be discouraged by my errors from using his reason in medicine. By contemplating those errors, he may perhaps avoid the shoals upon which I have been wrecked in all his researches. Let him ever remember that there is the same difference between the knowledge of a physician who prescribes for diseases as limited by genera and species, and of one who prescribes under the direction of just principles. That there is between the knowledge we obtain of the nature and extent of the sky by viewing a few feet of it from the bottom of a well, and viewing from the top of a mountain the whole canopy of heaven. Since the first edition of the foregoing observations, I have seen a communication to the editors of the Medical Repository by Dr. Physic, which has thrown new light upon this obscure disease, and which, I hope, will aid the remedies that have been proposed in rendering them more effectual for its cure. The doctor supposes death from hydrophobia to be the effect of a sudden and spasmodic constriction of the glottis, inducing suffocation, and that it might be prevented by creating an artificial passage for air into the lungs, whereby life might be continued long enough to admit of the disease being cured by other remedies. The following account of a dissection is intended to show the probability of the doctor's proposal being attended with success. OG, the 13th of September, 1802, I was called with Dr. Physic to visit, in consultation with Dr. Griffiths, the son of William Todd, Esquire, aged 5 years, who was ill with the disease called hydrophobia, brought on by the bite of a mad dog on the 6th of the preceding month. The wound was small, and on his cheek near his mouth, two circumstances which are said at ale times to increase the danger of wounds from rabid animals. From the time he was bitten, he used a cold bath daily and took the infusion powder and seeds of the anagalus in succession, until the 9th of September, when he was seized with a fever which at first resembled the remittent of the season. Bleeding, purging, blisters, and the warm bath were prescribed for him, but without success. The last-named remedy appeared to afford him some relief, which he manifested by paddling and playing in the water. At the time I saw him, he was much agitated, had frequent twitchings, laughed often, but with this uncommon excitement in his muscles and nerves, his mind was unusually correct in all its operations. He discovered no dread of water except in one instance when he turned from it with horror. He swallowed occasionally about a spoonful of it at a time, holding the cup in his own hand, as if to prevent too great a quantity being poured at once into his throat. The quick manner of his swallowing and the intervals between each time of doing so were such as we sometimes observe in persons in the act of dying of acute diseases. Immediately after swallowing water, he looked pale and panted for breath. He spoke rapidly and with much difficulty. This was more remarkably the case when he attempted to pronounce the words carriage, water, and river. After speaking, he panted for breath in the same manner that he did after drinking. He coughed and breathed as patients do in the moderate grade of the sinus trachealis. The dog that had bitten him, Mr. Todd informed me, made a similar noise in attempting to bark a day or two before he was killed. We proposed making an opening into his windpipe. To this his parents readily consented. But while we were preparing for the operation, such a change for the worse took place that we concluded not to perform it. A cold sweat with a feeble and quick pulse came on, and he died suddenly at 12 o'clock at night, about 6 hours after I first saw him. He retained his reason and a playful humor till the last minute of his life. An instance of the latter appeared in his throwing his handkerchief at his father just before he expired. The parents consented to our united request to examine his body. Dr. Griffiths being obliged to go into the country, and Dr. Physic being indisposed, I undertook this business the next morning, and, in the presence of Dr. John Dorsey, to whom I gave the dissecting knife, and my pupil, Mr. Murdoch, I discovered the following appearances. All the muscles of the neck had a livid color, such as we sometimes observe after death in persons who have died of the sore throat. The muscles employed in deglutition and speech were suffused with blood. The epiglottis was inflamed, and the glottis so thickened and contracted as barely to admit a probe of the common size. The trachea below it was likewise inflamed and thickened, and contained a quantity of mucus in it, such as we observe, now and then, after death from sinus trachealis. The oesophagus exhibited no marks of disease, but the stomach had several inflamed spots upon it, and contained a matter of a brown appearance, and which emitted an offensive odor. From the history of this dissection, and of many others, in which much fewer marks appeared of violent disease, in parts whose actions are essential to life, it is highly probable death is not induced in the ordinary manner in which malignant fevers produce it, but by a sudden or gradual suffocation. It is the temporary closure of this aperture which produces the dread of swallowing liquids, hence the reason why they are swallowed suddenly and with intervals in the manner that has been described. For, should the glottis be closed during the time of 2 swallows, in the highly diseased state of the system which takes place in this disease, suffocation would be the immediate and certain consequence. The same difficulty and danger attend the swallowing saliva, and hence the Simpvolder E2T torna spitting, which has been so often taken notice of in hydrophobia. Solids are swallowed more easily than fluids only because they descend by intervals and because a less closure of the glottis is sufficient to favor their passage into the stomach. This remark is confirmed by the frequent occurrence of death in the very act of swallowing, and that, too, with the common symptoms of suffocation. To account for death from this cause, and in the manner that has been described, it will be necessary to recollect that fresh air is more necessary to the action of the lungs in a fever than in health, and much more so in a fever of a malignant character, such as the hydrophobia appears to be, than in fevers of a milder nature. An aversion from swallowing liquids is not peculiar to this disease. It occurs occasionally in the yellow fever. It occurs likewise in the disease which has prevailed among the cats, both in Europe and America, and probably in both instances from a dread of suffocation in consequence of the closure of the glottis and sudden abstraction of fresh air. The seat of the disease, and the cause of death being, I hope, thus ascertained, the means of preventing death come next under our consideration. Tonic remedies in all their forms have been administered to no purpose. The theory of the disease would lead us to expect a remedy for it in bloodletting. But this, though now and then used with success, is not its cure, owing, as we now see, to the mortal seat of the disease being so far removed from the circulation, as not to be affected by the loss of blood in the most liberal quantity. As well might we expect the inflammation and pain of a paranesia, or what is called a felon on the finger, to be removed by the same remedy. Purging and sweating, though occasionally successful, have failed in many instances, and even a salivation, when excited, which is rarely the case, has not cured. An artificial aperture into the windpipe alone bids fair to arrest its tendency to death by removing the symptom which generally induces it, and thereby giving time for other remedies which have hitherto been unsuccessful to produce their usual salutary effects in similar diseases. In removing faintness, in drawing off the water in escheuria, in composing convulsions, and in stopping hemorrhages and malignant fever, we do not cure the disease, but we prevent death, and thereby gain time for the use of the remedies which are proper to cure it. Laryngotomy AC been proposed is irrational. According to Fourcroy's advice, in diseases of the throat which obstruct respiration, should be preferred to tracheotomy, and the incision should be made in the triangular space between the thyroid and cricoid cartilages. Should this operation be adopted in order to save life, it will not offer near so much violence to humanity as many other operations. We cut through a larger mass of flesh into the bladder in extracting a stone. We cut into the cavity of the thorax in the operation for the empyema. We perforate the bones of the head in trepanning, and we cut through the uterus in performing the Caesarean operation in order to save life. The operation of laryngotomy is much less painful and dangerous than any of them, and besides permitting the patient to breathe and to swallow. It is calculated to serve the inferior purpose of lessening the disease of the glottis by means of local depletion. After an aperture has been thus made through the larynx, the remedies should be such as are indicated by the state of the system, particularly by the state of the pulse. In hot climates, it is, I believe, generally a disease of feeble. And Reawire's tonic remedies, but in the middle and northern states of America, it is more commonly attended with so much activity and excitement of the blood vessels as to require copious bloodletting and other depleting remedies. Should this new mode of attacking this furious disease be adopted and become generally successful, the discovery will place the ingenious gentleman whoso ested it in the first rank of the medii ducal benefactors of mankind. I have only to add a fact upon this subject which may tend to increase confidence in a mode of preventing the disease which has been recommended by Dr. Haygarth, and used with success in several instances. The same dog which bit Mr. Todd's son bit at the same time a cow, a pig, a dog, and a black servant of Mr. Todd's. The cow and pig died. The dog became mad and was killed by his master. The black man, who was bitten on one of his fingers, exposed the wound sometime, immediately after he received it, to a stream of pump water, and washed it likewise with soap and water. He happily escaped the disease, and is now in good health. That his wound was poisoned is highly probable from its having been made 8 hours after the last of the above animals was bitten, in which time there can be but little doubt of such a fresh secretion of saliva having taken place as would have produced the hydrophobia, had it not been prevented by the above simple remedy. I am not, however, so much encouraged by its happy issue in this case as to advise it, in preference to cutting out the wounded part. It should only be resorted to where the fears of a patient or his distance from a surgeon render it impossible to use the knife. An account you and the measles, as they appeared in Philadelphia in the spring of 710, that account, and see the weather in December 1788 and in January 1789 was variable, but seldom very cold. On the 1st of February 1789, at 6 o'clock in the morning, the mercury in Fahrenheit's thermometer fell 5 degrees below zero. In the city of Philadelphia, at 20 miles from the city on the Schuylkill, it fell 12 degrees below zero at the same hour. On the 19th and 20th of this month, there fell a quantity of snow, the depth of which, upon an average, was supposed to be about 8 or 10 inches. On the 23rd, 24th, 25th, and 27th, the weather was very cold. The mercury fluctuated during these days between 4 degrees and 10 degrees above zero. In the intervals between these cold days, the weather frequently moderated, so that the Delaware was frozen and thawed not less than 4 voltibus times. It was not navigable till the 8th of March. There were in all, during the winter and month of March, 16 distinct falls of snow. In April and May, there were a few warm days, but upon the whole, it was a very cold and backward spring. The peaches failed almost universally. There were no strawberries or cherries on the 24th of May, and every other vegetable product was equally backward. A country woman of 84 years of age informed me that it was the coldest spring she had ever known. It was uncomfortable to sit without fire till the 1st of June. The measles appeared first in the northern liberties in December. They spread slowly in January and were not universal in the city till February and March. This disease, like many others, had its precursor. It was either a gum boil or a sore on the tongue. They were both very common, but not universal. They occurred in some instances several days before the fever, but in general they made their appearance during the eruptive fever and were a sure mark of the approaching eruption of the measles. I was first led to observe this fact from having read Dr. Quinn's accurate account of the measles in 1789, $33 measles in Jamaica. I shall now proceed to mention the symptoms of the measles as they appeared in the different parts of the body. 1. In the head, they produced great pain, swelling of the eye tides so as to obstruct the eyesight, toothache, bleeding at the nose, tinnitus aurium, and deafness, also coma for 2 days, and convulsions. I saw the last symptom only in one instance. It was brought on by a stoppage of a running from T and E ear. 2 in the throat and lungs. They produced a soreness and hoarseness, acute or dull pains in the breast and sides, and a painful or distressing cough. In one case, this cough continued for 2 hours without any intermission, attended by copious expectoration. In 2 cases, I saw a constant involuntary discharge of phlegm and mucus from the mouth without any cough. One of them terminated fatally. Spitting of blood occurred in several instances. The symptoms of pneumonia veranotha and typhoids were very common. I saw 2 fatal cases from pneumonia notha, in both of which the patients died with the trunk of the body in an erect posture. I met with 2 cases in which there was no cough till the eruption made its appearance on the 4th day, and one which was accompanied by all the usual symptoms of the synanche trachealis, 3 points. In the stomach, the measles produced, in many instances, sickness and vomiting, and 4, in the boivals, griping, diarrhea, and, in some instances, bloody stools. The diarrhea occurred in every stage of the disease, but it was bloody and most painful in its decline. I attended a black girl who discharged a great many worms, but without the least relief of any of her symptoms. There was a great variety in this disease. 1. In the time of the attack of the fever from the time of the reception of the contagion. In general, the interval was 14 days, but it frequently appeared before, and sometimes later than that period. 2. In the time of the eruption, from the beginning of the fever, it generally appeared on the 3rd and 4th days. In one case, Dr. Waters informed me, it did not appear till the 8th day. 3. In the abatement or continuance of the fever after the eruption. Measles in 1789, 341-4. In the color and jigure of the eruption, in some it put on a pale red, in others a deep, and in a few a livid color resembling an incipient mortification. In some there appeared red blotches, in others an equally diffused redness, and in a few eruptions like the smallpox called by Dr. Cullen rubiola variolates. 5. It remained in most cases only 3 or 4 days, but in one which came under my care, it remained 9 days. 6. In the manner of its retrocession. I saw very few cases of its leaving the branny appearance so generally spoken of by authors on the skin. 7. In not affecting many persons and even families who were exposed to it. The symptoms which continued in many after the retrocession of the measles were cough, hoarseness, or complete aphonia, which continued in 2 cases for 2 weeks, also diarrhea, ophthalmy, a bad taste in the mouth, a defect or excess of appetite, and a fever which in some instances was of the intermitting kind, but which in more assumed the more dangerous form of the typhus mixture. 2 cases of internal dropsy of the brain followed them. One was evidently excited by a fail. They both ended fatally. During the prevalence of the disease, I observed several persons who had had the measles and who were closely confined to the rooms of persons ill with them, to be affected with a slight cough, sore throat, and even sores in the mouth. I find a similar fact taken notice of by Dr. Keir Darby, but I observe further many children to be affected by a fever, cough, and all the other symptoms of the measles which have been mentioned, except a general eruption, for in some there was a trifling efflorescence about the neck and breast. I observed the same thing in 1773 and 1783. In my notebook, I find the following account of the appearance of this disease in children in the year 1773. The measles appeared in March. A catarrh, for by that name I then called it, appeared at the same time and was often mistaken for them, the symptoms being nearly the same in both. In the catarrh, there was in some instances a trifling eruption. A lax often attended it, and some who had it had an extreme sore mouth, measles in 1789. $34, I was the more struck with this disease from finding it was taken notice of by Dr. Sydenham. He calls it a morbilus fever. I likewise find an account of it in the 2D article of the 5th volume of the Edinburgh Medical Essays. The words of the author, who is anonymous, are as follow. During this measly season, several persons who never had the measles had all the symptoms of measles, which went off in a few clouds without any eruptions. The same persons had the measles months or years afterwards. Is this disease a common fever marked by the reigning epidemic and produced in the same manner and by the same causes as the variolous fever described by Dr. Sydenham, which he says prevailed at the same time with the smallpox? I think it is not. My reasons for this opinion are as follow. 1. I never saw it affect any but children in the degree it has been mentioned, and such only as had never had the measles. 2. It affected whole families at the same time. It proved fatal to one of 3 children whom it affected on the same day. 3. It terminated in a pulmonary consumption in a boy of 10 years old, with all the symptoms which attend that disease when it follows the regular measles. 4. It affected a child in one family on the same day that 2 other members of the same family were affected by the genuine measles. 5. It appeared on the usual days of the genuine measles from the time the persons affected by it were exposed to its contagion. And 6. It communicated the disease in one family in the usual time in which the disease is taken from the genuine measles. The measles, then, appear to follow the analogy of the smallpox, which affects so superficially as to be taken a second time, and which produce on persons who have had them what are called the nurse pock. They follow likewise the analogy of another disease, viz., the scarlatina anginosa, in the account of the epidemic for 1773, published in the 3rd volume of the Edinburgh Medical Essays, we are told that such patients as had previously had the scarlet fever without sore throats took the sore throat and had no eruption, while those who had previously had the sore throat had a scarlet erupt measles in 1789. 345 Tian. But the throat remained free from the distemper. All other persons who were affected had both. From these facts, I've taken the liberty of calling it the internal measles, to distinguish it from those which are external. I think the discovery of this new state of this disease of some application to practice. 1. It will lead us to be cautious in declaring any disease to be the external measles, in which there is not a general eruption. From my ignorance of this, I have been led to commit several mistakes, which are dishonorable to the profession. I was called, during the prevalence of the measles in the above-named season, to visit a girl of 12 years old with an eruption on the skin. I called it the measles. The mother told me it was impossible, for that I had in 1783 attended her for the same disease. I suspect the anonymous author before mentioned has fallen into the same error. He adds to the account before quoted the following words. Others who had undergone the measles formerly had as time a fever of the erysipelatous kind, with eruptions like to which nettles cause. and all the previous and concomitant symptoms of the measles from the beginning to the end of the disease. 2. If inoculation or any other mode of lessening the violence of the disease should be adopted, it will be of consequence to know what persons are secure from the attacks of it, and who are still exposed to it. I shall now add a short account of my method of treating this disease. Many hundred families came through the disease without the help of a physician, but in many cases it was attended with peculiar danger, and in some with death. I think it was much more fatal than in the years 1773 and 1783, probably owing to the variable weather in the winter and the coldness and dampness of the succeeding spring. Dr. Huxham Sabbs, he once saw the measles attended with peculiar mortality during a late cold and damp spring in England. It was much more fatal, ceteris paribus, to adults than to young people. The remedies I used were: 1. Bleeding in all cases where great pain and cough with a hard pulse attended. In some I found it necessary to repeat this remedy, but I met with many cases in which it was forbidden by measles in 1789. 347. The weakness of the pulse, and by other marks of a feeble action in the blood vessels. 2 vomits. These were very useful in removing a nausea. They likewise favored the eruption of the measles. 3. Demulcent and diluting drinks. These were barley water, bran, and flaxseed tea, dried cherry and raw apple water, also beverage, and cider and water. The last drink I found to be the most agreeable to my patients of any that have been mentioned. 4. Blisters to the neck, sides, and extremities according to the symptoms. They were useful in every stage of the disease. 5. Opiates. These were given not only at night, but in small doses during the day, when a troublesome cough or diarrhea attended. 6. Where a catarrhal fever ensued, I used bleeding and blisters. In those cases in which this fever terminated in an intermittent or in a mild typhus fever, I gave the bark with evident advantage. In that case of measles, formerly mentioned, which was accompanied by symptoms of Sinanch Trop $34 and a county of the Chiles, I gave calomel with the happiest effects. In the admission of fresh air, I observed a medium as to its temperature and accommodated it to the degrees of action in the system. In different parts of the country, in Pennsylvania and New Jersey, I heard with great pleasure of the cold air being used as freely and as successfully in this disease as in the inflammatory smallpox. The same people who were so much benefited by cool air, I was informed, drank plentifully of cold water during every stage of the fever. One thing in favor of this country practice deserves to be mentioned, and that is evident advantage arose in all the cases which I attended from patients leaving their beds in the febrile state of this disease. But this was practiced only by those in whom inflammatory diathesis prevailed, for these alone had strength enough to bear it. The convalescent state of this disease required particular attention. 1. A diarrhea often continued to be troublesome after other symptoms had abated. I relieved it by opiates and demulcent drinks. Bleeding has been recommended for it, but I did not find it necessary in a single case. Measles in 1789. 349. 2. An ophthalmia which sometimes attended yielded to astringent chorea and blisters. 3. Where a cough or fever followed so slight as not to require bleeding, I advised a milk and vegetable diet, country air, and moderate warmth, for whatever might have been the relation of the lungs in the beginning of the disease to cold air, they were now evidently too much debilitated to bear it. 4. It is a common practice to prescribe purges after the measles. After the asthenic state of this disease, they certainly do harm. In all cases, the effects of them may be better obviated by diet, full or low, suitable clothing, and gentle exercise or country air. I omitted them in several cases, and no eruption or disease of any kind followed their disuse. I shall only add to this account of the measles that in several families I saw evident advantages from preparing the body for the reception of the contagion by means of a vegetable diet. An account of the influenza as it appeared in Philadelphia in the AVTVM line in the spring of 1790, and SST-THAB winter of 1791. VY an account, NC. The latter end of the month of August in the summer of 1789 was so very cool that fires became agreeable. The month of September was cool, dry, and pleasant. During the whole of this month, and for some days before it began and after it ended, there had been no rain. In the beginning of October, a number of the members of the First Congress that had assembled in New York under the present national government arrived in Philadelphia much indisposed with colds. They ascribed them to the fatigue and night air to which they had been exposed in traveling in the public stages, but from the number of persons who were affected, from the uniformity of their complaints, and from the rapidity with which it spread through our city, it soon became evident that it was the vol-u-2 wine disease, so well known of late years by the name of the influenza. The symptoms which ushered in the disease were generally a hoarseness, a sore throat, a sense of weariness, chills, and half fever. After the disease was formed, it affected more or less the following parts of the body. Many complained of acute pains in the bead. These pains were frequently fixed between the eyeballs, and in 3 cases which came under my notice, they were terminated by abscesses in the frontal sinus, which discharged themselves through the nose. The pain in one of these cases before the rupture of the abscess was so exquisite that my patient informed me that he felt as if he should lose his reason. Many complained of a great itching in the eyelids. In some, the eyelids were swelled. In others, a copious effusion of water took place from the eyes, and in a few there was a true ophthalmia. Many complained of great pains in one ear, and some of pains in both ears. In some, these pains terminated in abscesses, which discharged for some days a bloody or purulent matter. In others, there was a swelling behind each ear without a suppuration. Sneezing was a universal symptom. In some, it occurred not less than 50 times in a day. The matter discharged from the nose was so acrid as inflamed the nostrils and the upper lip in such a manner as to bring on swellings, sores, and scabs in many people. In some, the nose discharged drops, and in a few streams of blood to the amount, in one case, of 20 ounces. In many cases, it was so much obstructed as to render breathing through it difficult. In some, there was a total defect of tastes. In others, there was a bad taste in the mouth, which frequently continued through the whole course of the disease. In some, there was a want of appetite. In others, it was perfectly natural. Some complained of a soreness in their mouths, as if they had been inflamed by holding pepper in them. Some had swelled jaws, and many complained of the toothache. I saw only one case in which the disease produced a coma. Many were affected with pains in the breast and sides. A difficulty of breathing attended in some, and a cough was universal. Sometimes this cough alternated with a pain in the head. Sometimes it preceded this pain, and sometimes it followed it. It was at all times distressing. In some instances, it resembled the chin cough. One person expired in a fit of coughing, and many persons spat blood in consequence of its violence. I saw several patients in whom the disease affected the trachea chiefly, producing great difficulty of breathing, and, in one case, a suppression of the voice, and I heard of another in which the disease, by falling on the trachea, produced a sinus trachealis. In most of the cases which terminated fatally, the patients died of pneumonia natha. The stomach was sometimes affected by nausea and vomiting, but this W is far from being a universal symptom. I met with 4 cases in which the whole force of the disease fell upon the bowels, and went off in a diarrhea. But in general, the bowels were regular or costive. The limbs were affected with such acute pains as to be mistaken for the rheumatism, or for the breakbone fever of 1780. The pains were most acute in the back and thighs. Profuse sweats appeared in many over the whole body in the beginning, but without affording any relief. It was in some instances accompanied by erysipelas, and in 4 cases which came to my knowledge, it was followed by miliary eruptions. The pulse was sometimes tense and quick, but seldom full. In a great majority of those whom I visited, it was quick, weak, and soft. There was no appearance in the urine different from what is common in all fevers. The disease had evident remissions, and the fever seldom continued above 3 or 4 days, but the cough and some other troublesome symptoms sometimes continued 2 or 3 weeks. In a few persons, the fever terminated in a tedious and dangerous typhus. In several pregnant women, it produced urine hemorrhages and abortions. It affected adults of both sexes alike. A few old people escaped it. It passed by children under 8 years old, with a few exceptions. Out of 35 maniacs in the Pennsylvania hospital, but 3 were affected by it. No profession or occupation escaped it. The smell of tar and tobacco did not preserve the persons who worked in them from the disease, nor did the use of tobacco in snuff, smoking, or chewing afford a security against it. Weed should not be admitted. Even previous and existing diseases did not protect patients from it. It insinuated into sick chambers and blended itself with every species of chronic complaint. It was remarkable that persons who worked in the open air, such as sailors and longshoremen, to use a mercantile epithet, had it much worse than tradesmen who worked within doors. A body of surveyors in the eastern woods of Pennsylvania suffered extremely from it. Even the vigor of constitution which is imparted by the savage life did not mitigate its violence. Mr. Andrew Ellicott, the geographer of the United States, informed me that he was a witness of its affecting the Indians in the neighborhood of Niagara with peculiar force. The cough which attended this disease was so new and so irritating a complaint among them that they ascribed it to witchcraft. It proved most fatal on the seashore of the United States. Many people who had recovered were affected a second time with all the symptoms of the disease. I met with a woman who, after recovering from it in Philadelphia, took it a second time in New York, and a third time upon her return to Philadelphia. Many thousand people had the disease who were not confined to their houses, but transacted business as usual out of doors. A perpetual coughing was heard in every street of the city. Buying and selling were rendered tedious by the coughing of the farmer and the citizen who met in marketplaces. It even rendered divine service scarcely intelligible in the churches. A few persons who were exposed to the disease escaped it, and some had it so lightly as scarcely to be sensible of it. Of the persons who were confined to their houses, not a fourth part of them kept their beds. It proved fatal, with few exceptions, only to old people, and to persons who had been previously debilitated by consumptive complaints. It likewise carried of several hard drinkers. It terminated in asthma in 3 persons whose cases came under my notice, and in pulmonary consumption in many more. I met with an instance in a lady who was much relieved of a chronic complaint in her liver, and I heard of another instance of a clergyman whose general health was much improved by a severe attack of this disease. 36. On the influenza, it was not wholly confined to the human species. It affected 2 cats, 2 house dogs, and 1 horse within the sphere of my observations. One of the dogs disturbed his mistress so much by coughing at night that she gave him 10 drops of laudanum for several nights, which perfectly composed him. One of the cats had a vomiting with her cough. The horse breathed as if he had been affected by the Synanche trachealis. The scarlatina anginosa, which prevailed during the summer, disappeared after the 1st of October, but appeared again after the influenza left the city. Nor was the remitting fever seen during the prevalence of the reigning epidemic. I inoculated about 20 children for the smallpox during this prevalence of the influenza, and never saw that disease exhibit a more favorable period. In the treatment of the influenza, I was governed by the state of the system, where inflammatory diathesis discovered itself by a full or tense pulse, or where great difficulty of breathing occurred, and the pulse was low and weak in the beginning of the disease. I ordered moderate bleeding. In a few cases in which the symptoms of pneumonia attended, I bled a second time with advantage. In all these instances of inflammatory affection, I gave the usual antiphlogistic medicines. I found that vomits did not terminate the disease, as they often do a common catarrh, in the course of a day or of a few hours. In cases where no inflammatory action appeared in the system, I prescribed cordial drinks and diet, and forbade every kind of evacuation. I saw several instances of persons who had languished for a week or 2 with the disease, who were suddenly cured by eating a hearty meal, or by drinking half a pint of wine, or a pint of warm punch. In all these cases of weak action in the blood vessels, liquid laudanum gave great relief, not only by suspending the cough, but by easing the pains in the bones. I met with a case of an old lady who was suddenly and perfectly cured of her cough by a fright. The duration of this epidemic in our city was about 6 weeks. It spread from New York and Philadelphia in all directions, and in the course of a few months pervaded every state in the Union. It was carried from the United States to several of the West India Islands. It prevailed in the island of Grenada in the month of November 1789, and it was heard of in the course of the ensuing winter in the Spanish settlements in South America. The following winter was unusually mild, insomuch that the navigation of the Delaware was not interrupted during the whole season, only from the 7th to the 24th of February. The weather on the 3rd and 4th days of March was very cold, and on the 8th and 9th days of the same month, the mercury in Fahrenheit's thermometer stood at 4 degrees at 7 o'clock in the morning. On the 10th and 11th, there fell a deep snow. The weather during the remaining part of the month was cold, rainy, and variable. It continued to be variable during the month of April. About the middle of the month, there fell an unusual quantity of rain. The showers which fell on the night of the 17th will long be connected in the memories of the citizens of Philadelphia with the time of the death of the celebrated Dr. Franklin. Several pleurisy appeared during this month, also a few cases of measles. In the last week of the month, the influenza made its appearance. It was brought to the city from New England and affected, in its course, all the intermediate states. Its symptoms were nearly the same as they were in the preceding autumn, but in many people it put on some new appearances. Several persons who were affected by it had symptoms of madness, one of whom destroyed himself by jumping out of a window. Some had no coup de grace, but verve acute pains in the back and head. It was remarked that those who had the disease chiefly in the breast the last year complained now chiefly of their heads, while those whose heads were affected formerly now complained chiefly of their breasts. In many it put on the type of an intermitting fever. Several complained of constant chills or constant sweats, and some were much alarmed by an uncommon blue and dark color in their hands. I saw one case of eschuria, another of an acute pain in the rectum, a third of anasarca, and a fourth of a palsy in the tongue and arms, all of which appeared to be anomalous symptoms of the influenza. Sneezing and pains in the ears and frontal sinus were less common now than they were in the fall, but a pain in the eyeballs was a universal symptom. Some had pain in the one eye only, and a few had sore eyes and swellings in the face. Many women who had it were affected by an irregular appearance of the catamenia. In 2 persons whom I saw, the cough was incessant for 3 days, nor could it be composed by any other remedy than plentiful bleeding. A patient of Dr. Samuel Dueneld informed me after his recovery that he had had no other symptom of the disease than an efflorescence on his skin and a large swelling in his groin, which terminated in a tedious abscess. The prisoners in the jail who had it in the autumn escaped it this spring. During the prevalence of this disease, I saw no sign of any other epidemic. It declined sensibly about the first week in June, and after the 12th day of this month, I was not called to a single patient in it. The remedies for it were the same as were used in the fall. I used bleeding in several cases on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th days of the disease, where it had appeared to be improper in its first stage. The cases which required bleeding were far from being general. I saw 2 instances of syncope of an alarming nature after the loss of 10 ounces of blood, and I heard of one instance of a boy who died in half an hour after this evacuation. I remarked that purges of all kinds worked more violently than usual in this disease. The convalescence from it was very slow, and a general languor appeared to pervade the citizens for several weeks after it left the city. The month of December 1790 was extremely and uniformly cold. In the beginning of the month of January 1791, the weather moderated and continued to be pleasant till the 17th, on which day the navigation of the Delaware, which had been completely obstructed by the ice, was opened so as to admit of the arrival of several vessels. During the month of December, many people complained of colds, but they were ascribed wholly to the weather. In January, 4 or 5 persons in a family were affected by colds at the same time, which created a suspicion of a return of the influenza. This suspicion was soon confirmed by accounts of its prevailing in the neighboring counties of Chester and Montgomery in Pennsylvania, and in the distant states of Virginia and Rhode Island. It did not affect near so generally as in the 2 former times of appearance. There was no difference in the method of treating it, while the common inflammatory diseases of the winter bore the lancet as usual. It was remarked that patients who were attacked by the influenza did not bear bleeding in a greater proportion or in a larger quantity than in the 2 former times of its appearance in the city. I shall conclude this account of the influenza by the following observations. 1. It exists independently of the sensible qualities of the air and in all kinds of weather. Dr. Patrick Russell has proved the plague to be equally independent of the influence of the sensible qualities of the atmosphere to a certain degree. 2. For it, the influenza passes with the utmost rapidity through a country and affects the greatest number of people in a given time of any disease in the world. 3. It appears from the histories of it, which are upon record, that neither climate nor the different states of society have produced any material change in the disease. This will appear from comparing the account I have given with the histories of it which have lately been given by Dr. Gray, Dr. Hamilton, Dr. A. Fothergill, Mr. Chisholm, and other modern physicians. It appears further that even time itself has not been able materially to change the type of this disease. This is evident from comparing modern accounts of it with those which have been handed down to us by ancient physicians. I have hinted in a former essay at the diminutives of certain diseases. There's a state of influenza, which is less violent and more local than that which has been described. It generally prevails in the winter season. It seems to originate from a morbid matter generated in crowded and heated churches and other assemblies of the people. I have seen a cold or influenza frequently universal in Philadelphia, which I have distinctly traced to this source. It would seem as if the same species of diseases resembled pictures, and that while some of them partook of the deep and vivid nature of mosaic work, others appeared like the feeble and transient impressions of watercolor. An inquiry into the cause of animal life in 3 lectures delivered in the University of Pennsylvania. An inquiry, you lecture I, gentlemen, my business in this chair is to teach the institutes of medicine. They have been divided into physiology, pathology, and therapeutics. The objects of the first are the laws of the human body in its healthy state. The second includes the history of the causes and seats of diseases. The subjects of the third are the remedies for those diseases. In entering upon the first part of our course, I am met by a remark delivered by Dr. Hunter in his introductory lectures to his course of anatomy. Found in our branch, says the doctor, those teachers who study to captivate young minds with ingenious speculations will not leave a reputation behind them that will outlive them half a century. When they cease from their labors will be buried along with them. There never was a man more followed and admired in physiology than Dr. Boerhaave. I remember the veneration in which he was held. And now, in the space of 40 years, his physiology, as it shocks me to think in what a light it appears. Painful as this premonition may be to the teachers of physiology, it should not deter them from speculating upon physiological subjects. Simple anatomy is a mass of dead matter. It is physiology which infuses life into it. A knowledge of the structure of the human body occupies only the memory. Physiology introduces it to the higher and more noble faculties of the mind. The component parts of the body may be compared to the materials of a house, lying without order in a yard. It is physiology, like a skillful architect, which connects them together so as to form from them an elegant and useful building. The writers against physiology resemble, in one particular, the writers against luxury. They forget that the functions they know and describe belong to the science of physiology. Just as the declaimers against luxury forget that all the conveniences which they enjoy, beyond what are possessed in the most simple stage of society, belong to the luxuries of life. The anatomist who describes the circulation of the blood acts the part of a physiologist as much as he does who attempts to explain the functions of the brain. In this respect, Dr. Hunter did honor to our science, for few men ever explain that subject, and many others equally physiological, with more perspicuity and eloquence than that illustrious anatomist. Upon all new and difficult subjects, there must be pioneers. It has been my lot to be called to this office of hazard and druovery, and if in discharging its duties I should meet the fate of my predecessors in this branch of medicine, I shall not perish in vain. My errors, like the bodies of those who fall in forcing a breach, will serve to compose a bridge for those who shall own after me in our present difficult enterprise. This consideration, aided by just views of the nature and extent of moral obligation, will overbalance the evils anticipated by Dr. Hunter from the loss of posthumous flying. Had a prophetic voice whispered in the ear of Dr. Boerhaave in the evening of his life, that in the short period of 40 years, the memory of his physiological works would perish from the earth. I am satisfied. From the knowledge we have of his elevated genius and piety, he would told have treated the prediction with the same indifference that he would have done had he been told that in the same time his name should be erased from a pane of glass. In a noisy and vulgar country tavern, the subjects of the lectures I am about to deliver, you will find in a syllabus which I have prepared and published, for die purpose of giving you a succinct view of the extent and connection of our course. Some of these subjects will be new in lectures upon the institutes of medicine, particularly those which relate to morals, metaphysics, and theology. However thorny these questions may appear, we must approach and handle them, for they are intimately connected with the history of the faculties and operations of the human mind, and these form an essential part of the animal economy. Perhaps it is because physicians have hitherto been restrained from investigating and deciding upon these subjects by an erroneous belief that they belong exclusively to another profession. That physiology has so long been an obscure and conjectural science. In beholding the human body, the first thing that strikes us is its life. This, of course, should be the first object of our inquiries. It is a most important subject, for the end of all the studies of a physician is to preserve life, and this cannot be perfectly done until we know in what it consists. I include in animal life, as applied to the human body, motion, sensation, and thought. These three, when united, compose perfect life. It may exist without thought or sensation, but neither sensation nor thought can exist without motion. The lowest grade of life probably exists in the absence of even motion, as I shall mention hereafter. I have preferred the term motion to those of oscillation and vibration, which have been employed by Dr. Hartley in explaining the laws of animal matter, because I conceived it to be more simple and better adapted to common apprehension. In treating upon this subject, I shall first consider animal life as it appears in the waking and sleeping states in a healthy adult, and shall afterwards inquire into the modification of its causes in the foetal, infant, youthful, and middle states of life, in certain diseases, in different states of society, in different climates, and in different animals. I shall begin by delivering three general propositions. Every part of the human body, the nails and hair excepted, is endowed with sensibility or excitability, or with both of them. By sensibility is meant the power of having sensation excited by the 376 usticigiri into the action of impressions. Excitability denotes that property in the human body by which motion is excited by means of impressions. This property has been called by several other names, such as irritability, contractility, mobility, and stimulability, for the most part in preference to any of them. I mean by it, a capacity of imperceptible as well as obvious motion. It is of no consequence to our present inquiries, whether this excitability be a quality of animal matter or a substance. The latter opinion has been maintained by Dr. Gertaner and has some probability in its favor. To and through. The whole human body is so formed and connected that impressions made in the healthy state upon one part excite motion or sensation or both in every other part of the body. From this view, it appears to be a unit, or a simple and indivisible quality or substance. Its capacity for receiving motion and sensation is variously modified by means of what are called the senses. It is external and internal. The impressions which act upon it shall be enumerated in order. Life is the effect of certain stimuli acting upon the sensibility and excitability which are extended in different degrees over every externa and internal part of the body. These stimuli are as necessary to its existence as air is to flame. Animal life is truly, to use the words of Dr. Brown, the aforesaid state. I said the words of Dr. Brown, for the opinion was delivered by Dr. Cullen in the University of Edinburgh in the year 1766, and was detailed by me in this school, many years before the name of Dr. Brown was known as a teacher of medicine. It is true Dr. Cullen afterwards deserted it, but it is equally true I never did, and the belief of it has been the foundation of many of the principles and modes of practice in medicine which I have since adopted. In a lecture which I delivered in the year 1771, I find the following words, which are taken from a manuscript copy of lectures given by Dr. Cullen upon the Institutes of Medicine. The human body is not an automaton or self-moving machine, but is kept alive and in motion by the constant action of stimuli upon it, in thus ascribing the discovery of the cause of life, which I shall endeavor to establish, to Dr. Cullen. Let it not be supposed I mean to detract from the genius and merit of Dr. Brown. To his intrepidity in reviving and propagating it, as well as for the many other truths contained in his system of medicine, posterity, I have no doubt, will do him ample justice after the errors that are blended with them have been vulby. 2a 3b corrected by their unsuccessful application to the cure of diseases. Agreeably to our last proposition, I proceed to remark that the action of the brain, the diastole and systole of the heart, the pulsation of the artery, the contraction of the muscles, the peristaltic motion of the bowels, the absorbing power of the lymphatics, secretion, excretion, hearing, seeing, smelling, taste, and the sense of touch, nay, more thought itself, are all the effects of stimuli acting upon the organs of sense and motion. These stimuli have been divided into external and internal. The external are light, sound, odors, air, heat, exercise, and the pleasures of the senses. The internal stimuli are food, drinks, chyle, the blood, a certain tension of the glands, which contain secreted liquors, and the exercises of the faculties of the mind, each of which I shall treat in the order in which they have been mentioned. Of external stimuli, the first of these is light. It is remarkable that the progenitor of the human race was not brought into existence until all the luminaries of heaven were created. Light acts chiefly through the medium of the organs of vision. Its influence upon animal life is feeble compared with some other stimuli to be mentioned hereafter, but it has its proportion of force. Sleep has been said to be a tendency to death. Now the absence of light we know invites to sleep, and the return of it excites the waking state. The late Mr. Rittenhouse informed me that for many years he had constantly awoke with the first dawn of the morning light, both in summer and winter. Its influence upon the animal spirit strongly demonstrates his connection with animal life, and hence we find a cheerful and a depressed state of mind in many people, and more especially in invalids, to be intimately connected with the presence or absence of the rays of the sun. The well-known pedestrian traveler, Mr. Stewart, in one of his visits to this city, informed me that he had spent a summer in Lapland in the latitude of 69 degrees, during the greatest part of which time the sun was seldom out of sight. He enjoyed, he said, during this period, uncommon health and spirits, both of which he ascribed to the long duration and invigorating influence of light. These facts will surprise us less when we attend to the effects of light upon vegetables. Some of them lose their color by being deprived of it. Many of them discover a partiality to it in the direction of their flowers, and all of them discharge their pure air only while they are exposed to it. Sound has an extensive influence upon human life. Its numerous artificial and natural sources need not be mentioned. I shall only take notice that the currents of winds, the passage of insects through the air, and even the growth of vegetables are all attended with an emission of sound, and although they become imperceptible from habit, yet there is reason to believe they all act upon the body through the medium of the ears. The existence of these sounds is established by the reports of persons who have ascended 2 or 3 miles from the earth in a balloon. They tell us that the silence which prevails in those regions of the air is so new and complete as to produce an awful solemnity in their minds. It is not necessary that these sounds should excite sensation or perception in order to their exerting a degree of stimulus upon the body. There are 100 impressions daily made upon it, which from habit are not followed by sensation. The stimulus of aliment upon the stomach, and of blood upon the heart and arteries, probably cease to be felt only to light. We might affirm the flame of Prometheus's torch was the expression of a philosophical truth that did not escape the ancients. Without light, nature was lifeless, inanimate, and dead. A benevolent God, by producing life, has spread organization, sensation, and thought over the surface of the earth, Lavoisier, from the influence of habit. The exercise of walking, which was originally the result of a deliberate act of the will, is performed from habit without the least degree of consciousness. It is unfortunate for this, and many other parts of physiology, that we forget what passed in our minds the first 2 or 3 years of our lives. Could we recollect the manner in which we acquired our first ideas, and the progress of our knowledge with the evolution of our senses and faculties, it would relieve us from many difficulties and controversies upon this subject. Perhaps this forgetfulness by children of the origin and progress of their knowledge might be remedied by our attending more closely to the first effects of impressions, sensation, and perception upon them, as discovered by their little actions, all of which probably have a meaning as determined as any of the actions of men or women. The influence of sounds of a certain kind in producing excitement, and thereby increasing life, cannot be denied. Fear produces debility, which is a tendency to death. Sound obviates this debility, and thus restores the system to the natural and healthy grade of life. The schoolboy and the clown invigorate their feeble and trembling limbs by whistling or singing as they pass by a country churchyard, and the soldier feels his departing life recalled in the onset of a battle by the noise of the fight, and of the poet's spirit-stirring drum. Dying intoxication is frequently attended with a higher degree of life than is natural. Now, sound we know will produce this with a very moderate portion of fermented liquor. Hence, we find men are more easily and highly excited by public entertainments where there is music, loud talking, and hallooing, than in private companies where there is no auxiliary stimulus added to that of the wine. I wish these effects of sound upon animal life to be remembered, for I shall mention it hereafter as a remedy for the weak state of life in many diseases, and shall relate an instance in which a scream suddenly extorted by grief proved the means of resuscitating a person who was supposed to be dead, and who had exhibited the usual recent marks of the extinction of life. I shall conclude this head by remarking that persons who are destitute of hearing and seeing possess life in a more languid state than other people, and hence arise the dullness and want of spirits which they discover in their intercourse with the world. 3. Odors have a sensible effect in promoting animal life. The greater healthiness of the cause of animal life, 30A in tri than cities, is derived in part from the effluvia of odoriferous plants which float in the atmosphere in the spring and summer months, acting upon the system through the medium of the sense of smelling. The effects of odors upon animal life appear still more obvious in the sudden revival of it, which they produce in cases of fainting. Here the smell of a few drops of hartshorn or even of a burnt feather has frequently in a few minutes restored the system from a state of weakness bordering upon death to an equable and regular degree of excitement. 4. Air acts as a powerful stimulus upon the system through the medium of the lungs. The component parts of this fluid and its decomposition in the lungs will be considered in another page. I shall only remark here that the circulation of the body of Adam by the decomposition of air in his lungs. I infer this from the account given by Moses of his creation in Genesis chapter 37. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. In consequence of which, the verse adds, he became a living soul. This explanation of the origin of life in the father of the human race appears to accord more with reason, as well as the order of the words which describe it, than the common opinion of his having been arnsnated by the infusion of a living soul into his body. Blood has been ascribed by Dr. Goodwin exclusively to the action of air upon the lungs and heart. Does the external air act upon any other part of the body besides those which have been mentioned? It is probable it does, and that we lose our sensation and consciousness of it by habit. It is certain children cry, for the most part, as soon as they come into the world. May not this be the effect of the sudden impression of air upon the tender surface of their bodies? And may not the red color of their skins be occasioned by an irritation excited on them by the stimulus of the air? It is certain it acts powerfully upon denudated animal fibers. For who has not observed a sore, and even the skin, when deprived of its cuticle, to be affected when long exposed to the air with pain and inflammation. The stimulus of air in promoting the natural actions of the alimentary canal cannot be doubted. A certain portion of it seems to be necessarily present in the bowels in a healthy state. 5. Heat is a uniform and active stimulus in promoting life. It is derived in certain seasons and countries in part from the sun, but its principal source is from the lungs, in which it appears to be generated by the decomposition of pure air, and from whence it is conveyed by means of the circulation. To every part of the body, the extensive influence of heat upon animal life is evident from its decay and suspension during the winter in certain animals, and from its revival upon the approach and action of the vernal sun. It is true, life is diminished much less in man from the distance and absence of the sun than in other animals, but this must be ascribed to his possessing reason in so high a degree as to enable him to supply the abstraction of heat. By the action of other stimuli upon his system, Chapter 6, Medical Inquiries and Observations, Volume 2, Part 6, as it says, acts as a stimulus upon the body in various ways. Its first impression is upon the muscles, then they upon the nerves and brain. The necessity of exercise to animal life is indicated by its being kindly imposed upon man in paradise. The change which the human body underwent by the fall rendered the same salutary stimulus necessary to its life in the more active form of labor. But we are not to suppose that motion is excited in the body by exercise or labor alone. It is constantly stimulated by the positions of standing, sitting, and lying upon the sides, all of which act more or less upon muscular fibers, and by their means upon every part of the system. 7. The pleasures we derive from our senses have a powerful and extensive influence upon human life. The number of these pleasures and their proximate cause will form an agreeable subject for 2 or 3 future lectures. We proceed next to consider the internal stimuli which produce animal life. These are food. This acts in the following ways. 1. Upon the tongue. Such are the sensibility and excitability of this organ, and so intimate is its connection with every other part of the body, that the whole system is invigorated by aliment as soon as it comes in contact with it. 2. By mastication. This moves a number of muscles and blood vessels situated near the brain and heart, and of course imparts impressions to them. 3. By deglutition, which acts upon similar parts, and with the same effect. 4. By its presence in the stomach, in which it acts by its quantity and quality. Food, by distending the stomach, stimulates the contiguous parts of the body. A moderate degree of distension of the stomach and bowels is essential to a healed excitement of the system. The vegetable aliment and drinks, which contain less nourishment than animal food, serve this purpose in the human body. Hay acts in the same manner in a horse. 16 pounds of this light food in a day are necessary to keep up such a degree of distension in the stomach and bowels of this animal as to impart to him his natural grade of strength and life. The quality of food, when of a stimulating nature, supplies the place of its distension from its quantity. A single onion will support a lounging Highlander yeehaw on the hills of Scotland for 24 hours. A moderate quantity of salted meat or a few ounces of sugar have supplied the place of pounds of less stimulating food. Even indigestible substances which remain for days, or perhaps weeks in the stomach, exert a stimulus there which has an influence upon animal life. It is in this way the tops of briars and the twigs of trees, devoid not only of nourishing matter but of juices, support the camel in his journeys through the deserts of the eastern countries. Chips of cedar posts moistened with water have supported horses for 2 or 3 weeks during a long voyage from Boston to Suriname, and the indigestible cover of an old Bible preserved the life of a dog, accidentally confined in a room at Newcastle upon Tyne for 20 days. 5. Food stimulates the whole body by means, the process of digestion which goes forward in the stomach. This animal function is carried on by a process in which there is probably an extrication of heat and air. Now both these, it has been remarked, exert a stimulus in promoting animal life. Drinks, when they consist of fermented or distilled liquors, stimulate from their quality, but when they consist of water, either in its simple state or impregnated with any sapid substance, they act principally by distension, to the idea. The chyle acts upon the lacteals, mesenteric glands, and thoracic duct in its passage through them, and it is highly probable its first mixture with the blood in the subclavian vein and its first action on the heart are attended with considerable stimulating effects. 3. The blood is a very important internal stimulus. It has been disputed whether it acts by its quality or only by distending the blood vessels. It appears to act in both ways. I believe with Dr. White that the blood stimulates the heart and arteries by a specific action. But if this be not admitted, its influence in extending the blood vessels in every part of the body, and thereby imparting extensive and uniform impressions to every animal fiber, cannot be denied. In support of this assertion, it has been remarked that in those persons who die of hunger, there is no diminution of the quantity of blood in the large blood vessels, far feet. A certain tension of the glands and of other parts of the body contributes to support animal life. This is evident in the vigor which is imparted to the system by the fullness of the seminal vesicles and gallbladder, and by the distension of the uterus in pregnancy. This distension is so great in some instances as to prevent sleep for many days, and even weeks before delivery. It serves the valuable purpose of rendering the female system less liable to death during its continuance than at any other time. By increasing the quantity of life in the body, it often suspends the fatal issue of pulmonary consumption, and ensures a temporary victory over the plague and other malignant fevers, for death from those diseases seldom takes place, until the stimulus from the distension of the uterus is removed by parturition. V. The exercises of the faculties of the mind have a wonderful influence in increasing the quietude of human life. They all act by reflection only after having been previously excited into action by impressions made upon the body. This view of the reaction of the mind upon the body accords with the simplicity of other operations in the animal economy. It is thus the brain repays the heart for the blood it conveys to it by reacting upon its muscular fibers. The influence of the different faculties of the mind is felt in the pulse, in the stomach, and in the liver, and is seen in the face and other external parts of the body. Those which act most unequivocally in promoting life are the understanding, the imagination, and the passions. Thinking belongs to the understanding and is attended with an obvious influence upon the degree and duration of life. Intense study has often rendered the body insensible to the debilitating effects of cold and hunger. Men of great and active understandings who blend with their studies temperance and exercise are generally long-lived. In support of this assertion, 100 names might be added to those of Newton and Franklin. Its truth will be more fully established by attending to the state of human life in persons of an opposite intellectual character. The Cretans, a race of idiots in Valais in Switzerland, travelers tell us, are all short-lived. Common language justifies the opinion of the stimulus of the understanding upon the brain. Hence it is common to say of dull men that they have scarcely ideas enough to keep themselves awake. The imagination acts with great force upon the body, whether its numerous associations produce pleasure or pain. But the passions pour a constant stream upon the wheels of life. They have been subdivided into emotions and passions, properly so called. The former have for their objects present, the latter future good and evil. All the objects of the passions are accompanied with desire or aversion. To the former belong chiefly hope, love, ambition, and avarice. To the latter, fear, hatred, malice, envy, and the like. Joy, anger, and terror belong to the class of emotions. The passions and emotions have been further divided into stimulating and sedative. Our business at present is to consider their first effect only upon the body. In the original constitution of human nature, we were made to be stimulated by such passions and emotions only as have moral good for their objects. Man was designed to be always under the influence of hope, love, and joy. By the loss of his innocence, he has subjected himself to the dominion of passions and emotions of a malignant nature, but they possess in common with such as are good a stimulus which renders them subservient to the purpose of promoting animal life. It is true, they are like the stimulus of a dislocated bone in their operation upon the body, compared with the action of antagonist muscles stretched over bones, which Section 92 inquiry into the gently move in their natural sockets. The effects of the good passions and emotions in promoting health and longevity have been taken notice of by many writers. They produce a flame, gentle and pleasant like oil, perfumed with frankincense in the lamp of life. There are instances likewise of persons who have derived strength and long life from the influence of the evil passions and emotions that have been mentioned. Dr. Darwin relates the history of a man who used to overcome the fatigue induced by traveling by thinking of a person whom he hated. The debility induced by disease is often removed by a sudden change in the temper. This is so common that even nurses predict a recovery in persons as soon as they become peevish and ill-natured, after having been patient during the worst stage of their sickness. This peevishness acts as a gentle stimulus upon the system in its languid state, and thus turns the scale in favor of life and health. The famous Benjamin lay of this state, who lived to be 80 years of age, was of a very irascible temper. Old Eloise was a prodigy of avarice, and every court in Europe furnishes instances of men who have attained to extreme old age, who have lived constantly under the dominion of ambition. In the course of a long inquiry which I instituted some years ago into the state of the body and mind in old people, I did not find a single person above 80 who had not possessed an active understanding or active passions. Those different and opposite faculties of the mind, when in excess, happily supply the place of each other. Where they unite their forces, they extinguish the flame of life before the oil which feeds it is consumed. In another place, I shall resume the influence of the faculties of the mind upon human life, as they discover themselves in the different pursuits of men. I have only to add here that I see no occasion to admit, with the followers of Dr. Brown, that the mind is active in sleep in preserving the motions of life. I hope to establish hereafter the opinion of Mr. Locke, that the mind is always passive in sound sleep. It is true it acts in dreams, but these depend upon a morbid state of the brain, and therefore do not belong to the present stage of our subject, for I am now considering animal life only in the healthy state of the body. I shall say presently that dreams are intended to supply the absence of some natural stimulus, and hence we find they occur in those persons most commonly, in whom there is a want of healthy action in the system induced by the excess or deficiency of customary stimulus. Life is in a languid state in the morning. It acquires vigor by the gradual and successive application of stimuli in the forenoon. It is in its most perfect state about midday, and remains stationary for some hours. From the diminution of the sensibility and contractility of the system to the action of impressions, it lessens in the evening, and becomes again languid at bedtime. These facts will admit of an extensive application hereafter in OITR lectures upon the practice of physic, lecture 2. Gentlemen, the stimuli which have been enumerated when they act collectively and within certain bounds produce a healthy waking state, but they do not always act collectively, nor in the determined and regular manner that has been described. There is, in many states of the system, a deficiency of some stimuli, and in some of its states, an apparent absence of them all. To account for the continuance of animal life, under such circumstances, two things must be premised before we proceed to take notice of the diminution or absence of the stimuli which support it. 1. The healthy actions of the body in the waking state consist in a proper degree of what has been called excitability and excitement. The former is the medium on which stimuli act in producing the latter. In an exact proportion and a due relation of both, diffused uniformly throughout every part of the body, consists good health. Disease is the reverse of this. It depends in part upon a disproportion between excitement and excitability, and in a partial distribution of each of them, in thus distinguishing the different states of excitement and excitability in health and sickness. You see, I dissent from Dr. Brown, who supposes them to be, though disproportionate to each other, equally diffused in the morbid as well as the healthy state of the body. 2. It is a law of the system that the absence of one natural stimulus is generally supplied by the increased action of others. This is more certainly the case where a natural stimulus is abstracted suddenly, for the excitability is thereby so instantly formed and accumulated as to furnish a highly sensible and movable surface for the remaining stimuli to act upon. Many proofs might be adduced in support of this proposition. The reduction of the excitement of the blood vessels by means of cold prepares the way for a full meal or a warm bed, to excite in them the morbid actions which take place in a pleurisy or a rheumatism. A horse in a cold stable eats more than in a warm one, and thus counteracts the debility which would otherwise be induced upon his system by the abstraction of the stimulus of warm air. These two propositions being admitted, I proceed next to inquire into the different degrees and states of animal life. The first departure from its ordinary and perfect state which strikes us is in eye sleep. This is either natural or artificial. Natural sleep is induced by a diminution of the excitement and excitability of the system by the continued application of the stimuli which act upon the body in its waking state. When these stimuli act in a determined degree, that is, when the same number of stimuli act with the same force and for the same time upon the system, sleep will be brought on at the same hour every night. But when they act with uncommon force or for an unusual time, it is brought on at an earlier hour. Thus, a long walk or ride by persons accustomed to a sedentary life, unusual exercise of the understanding, the action of strong passions or emotions, and the continual application of unusual sounds seldom fail of inducing premature sleep. It is recorded of Pope Ganganelli that he slept more soundly and longer than usual the night after he was raised to the papal chair. The effects of unusual sounds in bringing on premature sleep is further demonstrated by that constant inclination to retire to bed at an early hour, which country people discover the first and second days they spend in a city, exposed from morning till night to the noise of hammers, files, and looms, or of drays, carts, wagons, and coaches rattling over pavements of stone. Sleep is further hastened by the absence of light, the cessation of sounds and labor, and the recumbent posture of the body on a soft bed. Artificial sleep may be induced at any time by certain stimulating substances, particularly by opium. They act by carrying the system beyond the healthy grade of excitement to a degree of indirectability, which Dr. Brown has happily called the sleeping point. The same point may be induced in the system at any time by the artificial abstraction of the usual stimuli of life. For example, let a person shut himself up at midday in a dark room, remote from noise of all kinds. Let him lie down upon his back upon a soft bed in a tempo or rate state of the atmosphere, and let him cease to think upon interesting subjects, or let him think only upon one subject, and he will soon fall asleep. Dr. Boerhaave relates an instance of a Dutch physician who, having persuaded himself that waking was a violent state, and sleep the only natural one of the system, contrived, by abstracting every kind of stimulus in the manner that has been mentioned, to sleep away whole days and nights, until at length he impaired understanding, and finally perished in a public hospital in a state of idiotism. In thus anticipating a view of the cause of sleep, I have said nothing of the effects of diseases of the brain in inducing it. These belong to another part of our course. The short explanation I have given of its cause was necessary in order to render the history of animal life in that state of the system more intelligible. At the usual hour of sleep, there is an abstraction of the stimuli of light, sound, and muscular motion. The stimuli which remain and act with an increased force upon the body in sleep are 1. The heat which is discharged from the body and confined by means of bedclothes, it is most perceptible when exhaled from a bedfellow. Heat obtained in this way has sometimes been employed to restore declining life to the bodies of old people. Witness the damsel who lay for this purpose in the bosom of the king of Israel. The advantage of this external heat will appear further when we consider how impracticable or imperfect sleep is, when we would under too light covering in cold weather. 2. The air which is applied to the lungs during sleep probably acts with more force than in the waking state. I am disposed to believe that more air is phlogisticated in sleep than at any other time. For the smell of a close room in which a person has slept one night, we know, is much more disagreeable than that of a room, under equal circumstances, in which half a dozen people have sat for the same number of hours in the daytime. The action of decomposed air on the lungs and heart was spoken of in a former lecture. An increase in its quantity must necessarily have a powerful influence upon animal life during the sleeping state. Respiration is performed with a greater extension and contraction of the muscles of the breast in sleep than in the waking state, and this cannot fail of increasing the impetus of the blood in its passage through the heart and blood vessels. The increase of the fullness and force of the pulse in sleep is probably owing in part to the action of respiration upon it. In another place, I hope to elevate the rank of the blood vessels in the animal economy by showing that they are the fountains of power in the body. They derive this preeminence from the protection and support they afford to every part of the system. They are the perpetual sentinels of health and life, for they never partake in the repose which is enjoyed by the muscles and nerves. During sleep, their sensibility seems to be converted into contractility, by which means their muscular fibers are more easily moved by the blood than in the waking state. The diminution of sensibility in sleep is proved by many facts to be mentioned hereafter, and the change of sensibility into contractility will appear when we come to consider the state of animal life in infancy and old age. For aliment in the stomach acts more powerfully in sleep than in the waking state. This is evident from digestion going on more rapidly when we are awake than when we sleep. The more slow the digestion, the greater is the stimulus of the aliment in the stomach. Of this, we have many proofs in daily life. Laborers object to milk as a breakfast because it digests too soon, and often call for food in the morning which they can feel all day in their stomachs. Sausages, fat pork, and onions are generally preferred by them for this purpose. A moderate supper is favorable to easy and sound sleep, and the want of it in persons who are accustomed to that meal is often followed by a restless night. The absence of its stimulus is probably supplied by a full gallbladder, which always attends an empty stomach, in persons who are not in the habit of eating suppers. 5. The stimulus of the urine, accumulated in the bladder during sleep, has a perceptible influence upon animal life. It is often so considerable as to interrupt sleep, and it is one of the causes of our waking at a regular hour. It is moreover a frequent cause of the activity of the understanding and passions in dreams, and hence we dream more in our morning slumbers when the bladder is full than we do in the beginning or middle of the night. 6. The fasces exert a constant stimulus upon the bowels in sleep. This is so considerable as to render it less profound when they have been accumulated for 2 or 3 days, or when they have been deposited in the extremity of the alimentary canal. 7. The partial and irregular exercises of the understanding and passions in dreams have an occasional influence in promoting life. They occur only where there is a deficiency of other stimuli. Such is the force with which the mind acts upon the body in dreams, that Dr. Brembilla, physician to the Emperor of Germany, informs us that he has seen instances of wounds in soldiers being inflamed and putting on a gangrenous appearance in consequence of the commotions excited in their bodies by irritating dreams. The stimulating passions act through the medium of the will, and the exercises of this faculty of the mind sometimes extend so far as to produce actions in the muscles of the limbs, and occasionally in the whole body, as we see in persons who walk in their sleep. The stimulus of lust often awakens us with pleasure or pain according as we are disposed to respect or disobey the precepts of our Maker. The angry and revengeful passions often deliver us, in like manner, from the imaginary guilt of murder. Even the debilitating passions of grief and fear produce an indirect operation upon the system that is favorable to life in sleep, for they excite that distressing disease called the nightmare, which prompts us to speak, or halloo, and by thus invigorating respiration, overcomes the languid circulation of the blood in the heart and brain. Do not complain then, gentlemen, when you are bestrode by this midnight hag. She is the night by terrifying or distressing dreams. Plutarch's Life of M. Brutus kindly sent to prevent your sudden death. Persons who go to bed in good health and are found dead the succeeding morning are said most commonly to die of this disease. I proceed now to inquire into the state of animal life in its different stages. I pass over for the present its history and generation. It will be sufficient only to remark in this place that its first motion is produced by the stimulus of the male seed upon the female ovum. This opinion is not originally mine. You will find it in Dr. Helvey. The pungent taste which Mr. John Hunter discovered in the male seed renders it peculiarly fit for this purpose. No sooner is the female ovum thus set in motion and the foetus formed than its capacity of life is supported. 1. By the stimulus of the heat which it derives from its connection with its mother in the womb. 2. By the stimulus of its own circulating blood. 3. Via its constant motion in the womb after the 3rd month of pregnancy. The absence of this pis alachnea physiologic, albeit P1 is 77, motion for a few days is always a sign of the indisposition or death of a foetus. Considering how early a child is accustomed to it, it is strange that a cradle should ever have been denied to it after it comes into the world. 2. In infants, there is an absence of man-v of the stimuli which support life. Their excretions are in a great measure deficient in acrimony, and their mental faculties are too weak to exert much influence upon their bodies. But the absence of stimulus from those causes is amply supplied by the very great excitability of their systems to those of light, sound, heat, and air. So powerfully do light and sound act upon them, that the author of nature has kindly defended their eyes and ears from an excess of their impressions by imperfect vision and hearing for several weeks after birth. The capacity of infants to be acted upon by moderate degrees of heat is evident from their suffering less from cold than grown people. This is so much the case that we read in Mr. Umfreville's account of Hudson's Bay, of a child that was found alive upon the back of its mother, after she was frozen to death. I before hinted at the action of the air upon the bodies of newborn infants in producing the red color of their skins. It is highly probable, from a fact formerly mentioned, that the first impression of the atmosphere which produces this redness is accompanied with pain, and this we know is a stimulus of a very active nature. By a kind law of sensation, impressions that were originally painful become pleasurable by repetition or duration. This is remarkably evident in the impression now under consideration, and hence we find infants at a certain age discover signs of an increase of life by their delightful gestures when they are carried into the open air. Recollect further, gentlemen, what was said formerly of excitability predominating over sensibility in infants. We see it daily, not only in their patience of cold, but in the short time in which they cease to complain of the injuries they meet with from falls, cuts, and even severe surgical operations. Animal life is supported in infants by their sucking or feeding nearly every hour in the day and night when they are awake. I explained formerly the manner in which food stimulated the system. The action of sucking supplies by the muscles employed in it the stimulus of mastication. 3. Laughing and crying, which are universal in infancy, have a considerable influence in promoting animal life by their action upon respiration and the circulation of the blood. Laughing exists under all circumstances, independently of education or imitation. The child of the Negro slave, born only to inherit the toils and misery of its parents, receives its master with a smile every time he enters his kitchen or negro quarter. But laughing exists in infancy under circumstances still more unfavorable to it, an instance of which is related by Mr. Bruce. After a journey of several hundred miles across the sands of Nubia, he came to a spring of water shaded by a few scrubby trees. Here he intended to have rested during the night, but he had not slept long before he was awakened by a noise which he perceived was made by a solitary Arab, equally fatigued and half famished with himself, who was preparing to murder and plunder him. Mr. Bruce rushed upon him and made him his prisoner. The next morning he was joined by a half-starved female companion with an infant of 6 months old in her arms. In passing by this child, Mr. Bruce says, it laughed and crowed in his face and attempted to leap upon him. From this fact, it would seem as if laughing was not only characteristic of our species, but that it was early and intimately connected with human life. The child of these Arabs had probably never seen a smile upon the faces of its ferocious parents, and perhaps had never, before the sight of Mr. Bruce, beheld any other human creature. Crying has a considerable influence upon health and life in children. I have seen so many instances of its salutary effects that I have satisfied myself it is as possible for a child to cry and be fat. as it is to laugh and be fat. 4. As children advance in life, the constancy of their appetites for food and their disposition to laugh and cry lessen, but the diminution of these stimuli is supplied by exercise. The limbs and tongues of children are always in motion. They continue likewise to eat oftener than adults. A crust of bread is commonly the last thing they ask for at night, and the first thing they call for in the morning. It is now they begin to feel the energy of their mental faculties. This stimulus is assisted in its force by the disposition to prattle, which is so universal among children. This habit of converting their ideas into words as fast as they rise follows them to their beds, where we often hear Arabia. Them talk themselves to sleep in a whisper, or to use less correct but more striking terms, by thinking aloud. 5. Dreams act at an early period upon the bodies of children. Their smiles, startings, and occasional screams in their sleep appeal to arise from them. After the 3rd or 4th year of their lives, they sometimes confound them with things that are real. From observing the effects of this mistake upon the memory, a sensible woman whom I once knew forbade her children to tell their dreams, lest they should contract habits of lying by confounding imaginary with real events. 6. New objects, whether natural or artificial, are never seen by children without emotions of pleasure which act upon their capacity of life. The effects of novelty upon the tender bodies of children may easily be conceived. By its friendly influence upon the health of invalids who visit foreign countries, and who pass months or years in a constant succession of new and agreeable impressions. From the combination of all the stimuli that have been enumerated, human life is generally in excess from 15 to 35. It is during this vol-ira 3 or period the passions blow a perpetual storm. The most predominating of them is the love of pleasure. No sooner does the system become insensible to this stimulus than ambition succeeds it in IV, the middle stage of life. Here we behold man in his most perfect physical state. The stimuli which now act upon him are so far regulated by prudence that they are seldom excessive in their force. The habits of order the system acquires in this period continue to produce good health for many years afterwards. And hence bills of mortality prove that fewer persons die between 40 and 57 than in any other 17 years of human life. In old age, the senses of seeing, hearing, and touch are impaired. The venereal appetite is weakened or entirely extinguished. The pulse becomes slow and subject to frequent intermissions from a decay in the force of the blood vessels. Exercise becomes impracticable or irksome, and the operations of the understanding are performed with languor and difficulty. In this shattered and declining state of the system, the absence and diminution of all the stimuli which have been mentioned are supplied, 1. By an increase in the quantity and by the peculiar quality of the food which is taken by old people. They generally eat twice as much as persons in middle life, and they bear with pain the usual intervals between meals. They moreover prefer that kind of food which is savory and stimulating. The stomach of the celebrated Parr, who died in the 150th year of his age, was found full of strong, nourishing aliment. 2. The stimulus of the feces, which are frequently retained for 5 or 6 days in the bowels of old people. 3. By the stimulus of fluids rendered preternaturally acrid by age. The urine, sweat, and even the tears of old people possess a peculiar acrimony. Their blood likewise loses part of the mildness which is natural to that fluid, and hence the difficulty with which sores heal in old people. And hence, too, the reason why cancers are more common in the decline than in any other period of human life. 4. By the uncommon activity of certain passions. These are either good or evil. To the former belong an increased vigor in the operations of those 412 inquiry IT, the passions which have for their objects the divine being, or the whole family of mankind, or their own offspring, particularly their grandchildren. To the latter passions belong malice, a hatred of the manners and fashions of the rising generation, and, above all, avarice. This passion knows no holidays. Its stimulus is constant, though varied daily by the numerous means which it has discovered of increasing, securing, and perpetuating property. It has been observed that weak mental impressions produce much greater effects in old people than in persons in middle life. A trifling indisposition in a grandchild, an inadvertent act of unkindness from a friend, or the fear of losing a few shillings have in many instances produced in them a degree of wakefulness that has continued for 2 or 3 nights. It is to this highly excitable state of the system that Solomon probably alludes when he describes the grasshopper as burdensome to old people. 5. By the passion for talking, which is so common as to be one of the characteristics of old age. I mentioned formerly the influence of this stimulus upon animal life. Perhaps it is more necessary in the female constitution than in the male, for it has long ago been remarked that women who are very taciturn are generally unhealthy. 6. By their wearing warmer clothes and preferring warmer rooms than in the former periods of their lives. This practice is so uniform that it would not be difficult, in many cases, to tell a man's age by his dress, or by finding out at what degree of heat he found himself comfortable in a close room. 7. By dreams. These are universal among old people. They arise from their short and imperfect sleep. 8. It has been often said that we are once men and twice children. In speaking of the state of animal life in infancy, I remarked that the contractility of the animal fibers predominated over their sensibility in that stage of life. The same thing takes place in old people, and it is in consequence of the return of this infantile state of the system that all the stimuli which have been mentioned act upon them with much more force than in middle life. This sameness in the predominance of excitability over sensibility in children and old people will account for the similarity of their habits with respect to eating, sleep, exercise, and the use of fermented and distilled liquors. It is from the increase of excitability in old people that so small a quantity of strong drink intoxicates them, and it is from an ignorance of this change in their constitutions that many of them become drunkards after passing the early and middle stages of life with sober characters. Life is continued in a less imperfect state in old age in women than in men. The former sew and knit and spin after they lose the use of their ears and eyes, whereas the latter, after losing the use of those senses, frequently pass the evening of their lives in a torpid state in a chimney corner. It is from the influence of moderate and gently stimulating employments upon the female constitution that more women defy to be old than men, and that they rarely survive their usefulness in domestic life. Hitherto, the principles I am endeavoring to establish have been applied to explain the cause of life in its more common forms. Let us next inquire how far they will enable us to explain its continuance in certain morbid states of the body, in which there is a diminution of some and an apparent abstraction of all the stimuli which have been supposed to produce animal life. We observe some people to be blind or deaf and dumb from their birth. The same defects of sight, hearing, and speech are sometimes brought on by diseases. Here, animal life is deprived of all those numerous stimuli which arise from light, colors, sounds, and speech. But the absence of these stimuli is supplied, 1. By increased sensibility and excitability in their rem-tilling senses. The ears, the nose, and the fingers afford a surface for impressions in blind people, which frequently overbalances the loss of their eyesight. There are 2 blind young men, brothers, in this city of the name of Button, who can tell when they approach a post in walking across a street, by a peculiar sound which the ground under their feet emits in the neighborhood of the post. Their sense of hearing is still more exquisite to sounds of another kind. They can tell the names of a number of tame pigeons, with which they amuse themselves in a little garden, by only hearing them fly over their head. The celebrated blind philosopher, Dr. Moyse, can distinguish a black dress on his friends by its smell. And we read of many instances of blind persons who have been able to perceive colors by rubbing their fingers upon them. One of these persons, mentioned by Mr. Boyle, has left upon record an account of the specific quality of each color as it affected his sense of touch. He says black imparted the most and blew the least perceptible sense of asperity at his fingers. 2. By an increase of vigor in the exercises of the mental faculties. The poems of Homer, Milton, and Blacklock, and the attainments of Sanderson in mathematical knowledge all discover how much the energy of the mind is increased by the absence of impressions upon the organs of vision. We sometimes behold life in idiots, in whom there is not only an absence of the stimuli of the understanding and passions, but frequently from the weakness of their bodies, a deficiency of the locomotive powers. Here, an inordinate appetite for food or venereal pleasures, or a constant habit of laughing or talking, or playing with their hands and feet, supply the place of the stimulating operations of tea, mind, and of general bodily exercise. Of the inordinate force of the venereal appetite in idiots we have many proofs. The Cretans are much addicted to venery, and Dr. Michaelis tells us that the idiot whom he saw at the Passaic Falls in New Jersey, who had passed 26 years in a cradle, acknowledged that he had venereal desires and wished to be married, for, the doctor adds, he had a sense of religion upon his fragment of mind, and of course did not wish to gratify that appetite in an unlawful manner. 3. How is animal life supported in persons who pass many days, and even weeks without food, and in some instances without drinks? Long fasting is usually the effect of disease, of necessity, or of a principle of religion. When it arises from the first cause, the actions of life are kept up by the stimulus of disease. The absence of food, when accidental or submitted to as a means of producing moral happiness, is supplied 1. By the stimulus of a full gallbladder. This state of the receptacle of bile has generally been bile found to accompany an empty stomach. That he is sometimes absorbed and imparts a yellow color to the skin of persons who suffer or die of famine. Of food in prolonging life, Mr. C. S. A gentleman well known in Virginia, who was afflicted with a palsy which had resisted the skill of several physicians, determined to destroy himself by abstaining from food and drinks. He lived 60 days without eating anything, and the greatest part of that time without tasting even a drop of water. His disease probably protracted his life thus long beyond the usual time in which death is induced by fasting. See a particular account of this case in the first number of the second volume of Dr. Cox's Medical Museum. 2. By increased acrimony in all the secretions and excretions of the body, the saliva becomes so acrid by long fasting as to excoriate the gums, and the breath acquires not only a fester, but a pungency so active as to draw tears from the eyes of persons who are exposed to it. 3. By increased sensibility and excitability in the sense of touch. Tony, a blind man mentioned by Mr. Boyle, who could distinguish colors by his fingers, possessed this talent only after fasting. Even a draught of any kind of liquor deprived him of it. I have taken notice, in my account of the yellow fever in Philadelphia in the year 1793, of the effects of a diet bordering upon fasting for 6 weeks, in producing a quickness and correctness in my perceptions, the state of the pulse, which I had never experienced before. 4. By an increase of activity in the understanding and passions. Gamesters often improve the exercises of their minds when they are about to play for a large sum of money, by living for a day or two upon roasted apples and cold water. Where the passions are excited into preternatural action, the absence of the stimulus of food is scarcely felt. I shall hereafter mention the influence of the desire cause of animal life. 41.9. NF. Life upon its preservation. Under all circumstances, it acts with peculiar force when fasting is accidental, but when it is submitted to as a religious duty, it is accompanied by sentiments and feelings which more than balance the abstraction of aliment. The body of Moses was sustained, probably without a miracle, during an abstinence of 40 days and 40 nights, by the pleasure he derived from conversing with his Maker face to face, as a man speaking with his friend. I remarked formerly that the veins discover no deficiency of blood in persons who die of famine. Death from this cause seems to be less the effect of the want of food than of the combined and excessive operation of the stimuli which supply its place in the system. We come now to a difficult inquiry, and that is, how is life supported during the total abstraction of external and internal stimuli, which takes place in asphyxia, or in apparent death from all its numerous causes? I took notice in a former lecture that ordinary life consisted in the excitement and excitability of the different parts of the body, and that they were occasionally changed into each other, in apparent death from violent emotions of the mind. From the sudden impression of miasmata or from drowning, there is a loss of excitement, but the excitability of the system remains for minutes, and in some instances for hours afterwards unimpaired, provided the accident which produced the loss of excitement has not been attended with such exertions as are calculated to waste it. If, for example, a person should fall suddenly into the water without bruising his body, and sink before his fears or exertions had time to dissipate his excitability, his recovery from apparent death might be affected by the gentle action of heat or frictions upon his body, so as to convert his accumulated excitability gradually into excitement. The same condition of the system takes place when apparent death occurs from freezing, and a recovery is accomplished by the same gentle application of stimuli, provided the organization of the body be not injured or its excitability wasted by violent exertions previously to its freezing. This excitability is the vehicle of motion, and motion, when continued long enough, produces sensation, which is soon followed by thought. And in these, I said formerly, consists perfect life in the human body. For this explanation of the manner in which life is suspended and revived in persons apparently dead from cold, I am indebted to Mr. John Hunter, who supposes if it were possible for the body to be suddenly frozen, by an instantaneous abstraction of its heat, life might be continued for many years in a suspended state, and revived at pleasure, provided the body were preserved constantly, in a temperature barely sufficient to prevent reanimation, and never so great as to endanger the destruction of any organic part. The resuscitation of insects that have been in a torpid state for months and perhaps years, in substances that have preserved their organization, should at least defend this bold proposition from being treated as chimerical. The effusions even of the imagination of such men as Mr. Hunter are entitled to respect. They often become the germs of future discoveries. In that state of suspended animation which occurs in acute diseases, and which has sometimes been denominated a trance, the system is nearly in the same excitable state that it is in apparent death from drowning and freezing. Resuscitation, in these cases, is not the effect, as in those which have been mentioned, of artificial applications made to the body for that purpose. It appears to be spontaneous, but it is produced by impressions made for 22 inquiry upon the ears, and by the operations of the mind in dreams. Of the actions of these stimuli upon the body in its apparently lifeless state, I satisfied myself by many facts. I once attended a citizen of Philadelphia who died of a pulmonary disease in the 80th year of his age. A few days before his death, he begged that he might not be interred until 1 week after the usual signs of life had left his body, and gave as a reason for this request that he had, when a young man, died to all appearance of the yellow fever in one of the West India islands. In this situation, he distinctly heard the persons who attended him fix upon the time and place of burying him. The horror of being put underground alive produced such distressing emotions in his mind as to diffuse motion throughout his body, and finally excited in him all the usurial functions of life. In Dr. C. Rayton's essay upon mental derangement, there is a history of a case nearly of a similar nature. A young lady, says the doctor, an attendant on the princess, after having been confined to her bed for a great length of time with a violent nervous disorder, was at last, to all appearance, deprived of life. Her lips were quite pale, her face resembled the countenance of a dead person, and her body grew cold. She was removed from the room in which she died, was laid in a coffin, and the day for her funeral was fixed on. The day arrived, and according to the custom of the country, funeral songs and hymns were sung before the door. Just as the people were about to nail on the lid of the coffin, a kind of perspiration was observed on the surface of her body. She recovered. The following is the account she gave of her sensations. She said it seemed to her as if in a dream that she was really dead. Yet she was perfectly conscious of all that happened around her. She distinctly heard her friends speaking and lamenting her death at the side of her coffin. She felt them pull on the dead clothes and lay her in it. This feeling produced a mental anxiety which she could not describe. She tried to cry out, but her mind was without power and could not act on her body. She had the contradictory feeling as if she were in her own body and not in it at the same time. It was equally impossible for her to stretch out her arm or open her eyes as to cry, although she continually endeavored to do so. The internal anguish of her mind was at its utmost height when the funeral hymns began to be sung, and when the lid of the coffin was about to be nailed on. The thought that she was to be buried alive was the first which gave activity to her mind and enabled it to operate on her corporeal frame. Where the ears lose their capacity of being acted upon by stimuli, the mind, by its operations in dreams, becomes a source of impressions which again sets the wheels of life in motion. There is an account published by Dr. Arnold in his observations upon insanity of a certain John Engelbreit, a German who was believed to be dead, and who was evidently resuscitated by the exercises of his mind upon subjects which were of a delightful or stimulating nature. This history shall be taken from Mr. Engelbreit's words. It was on Thursday noon, says he, about 12 o'clock, when I perceived that death was making his approaches upon me from the lower parts upwards, insomuch that my whole body became stiff. I had no feeling left in my hands and feet, neither in any other part of my whole body, nor was I at last able to speak or see, for my mouth now becoming very stiff, I was no longer able to open it, nor did I feel it any longer. My eyes also broke in my head in such a manner that I distinctly felt it. For all that, I understood what they said when they were praying by me, and I distinctly heard them say, "Feel his legs, how stiff and cold they have become." This I heard distinctly, but I had no perception of their touch. I heard the watchman cry 11 o'clock, but at 12 o'clock my hearing left me. After relating his passage from the body to heaven with the velocity of an arrow shot from a crossbow, he proceeds and says that as he was 12 hours in dying, so he was 12 hours in returning to life. As I died, says he, from beneath upwards, so I revived again the contrary way, from above to beneath, or from top to toe. Being conveyed back from the heavenly glory, I began to hear something of what they were praying for me, in the same room with me. Thus was my hearing the first sense I recovered. After this, I began to have a perception of my eyes, so that by little and little my whole body became strong and sprightly, and no sooner did I get a feeling of my legs and feet than I arose and stood firm upon them with a firmness I had never enjoyed before. The heavenly joy I had experienced invigorated me to such a degree that people were astonished at my rapid and almost instantaneous recovery. The explanation I have given of the cause of resuscitation in this man will serve to refute a belief in a supposed migration of the soul from the body in cases of apparent death. The imagination, it is true, usually conducts the whole mind to the abodes of happy or immiserable spirits, but it acts here in the same way that it does when it transports it, in convolute, E3H1 dreams, to numerous and distant parts of the world. There is nothing supernatural in Mr. Engelbreit being invigorated by his supposed flight to heaven. Quiescent dreams always stimulate and strengthen the body, while dreams which are accompanied with distress or labor debilitate and fatigue it. Lecture 3. Gentlemen, let us next take a view of the state of animal life in the different inhabitants of our globe as varied by the circumstances of civilization, diet, situation, and climate. In the Indians of the northern latitudes of America, there is often a defect of the stimulus of aliment and of the understanding and passions. Their vacant countenances and their long and disgusting taciturnity are the effects of the want of action in their brains from a deficiency of ideas, and their tranquillity under all the common circumstances of irritation, pleasure, or grief are the result of an absence of passion. For they hold it to be disgraceful to show any outward signs of anger, joy, or even of domestic affection. This account of the Indian character, I know, is contrary to that which is given of it by Rousseau, and several other writers who have attempted to prove that man may become perfect and happy without the aids of civilization and religion. This opinion is contradicted by the experience of all ages, and is rendered ridiculous by the facts which are well ascertained in the history of the customs and habits of our American savages. In a cold climate, they are the most miserable beings upon the face of the earth. The greatest part of their time is spent in sleep, or under the alternate influence of hunger and gluttony. They, moreover, indulge in vices which are alike contrary to moral and physical happiness. It is in consequence of these habits that they discover so early the marks of old age, and that so few of them are long-lived. The absence and diminution of many of the stimuli of life in these people is supplied in part by the violent exertions with which they hunt and carry on war, and by the extravagant manner with which they afterwards celebrate their exploits. In their savage dances and songs, too, in the inhabitants of the torrid regions of Africa, there is a deficiency of labor, for the earth produces spontaneously nearly all the sustenance they require. Their understandings and passions are moreover in a torpid state. But the absence of bodily and mental stimuli in these people is amply supplied by the constant heat of the sun, by the profuse use of spices in their diet, and by the passion for musical sounds which so universally characterizes the African nations. In Greenland, the body is exposed during a long winter to such a degree of cold as to reduce the pulse to 40 or 50 strokes in a minute, but the effects of this cold in lessening the quantity of life are obviated in part by the heat of close-stove rooms, by warm clothing, and by the peculiar nature of the aliment of the Greenlanders, which consists chiefly of animal food, of dried fish, and of whale oil. They prefer the last of those articles in so rancid a state that it imparts a fetor to their perspiration, which, Mr. Krantz says, renders even their churches offensive to strangers. I need hardly add that a diet possessed of such diffusible qualities cannot fail in being highly stimulating. It is remarkable that the food of all the northern nations of Europe is composed of stimulating animal or vegetable matters, and that the use of spirituous liquors is universal among them. Let us next turn our eyes to the miserable inhabitants of those eastern countries which compose the Turkish Empire. Here we behold life in its most feeble state, not only from the absence of physical, but of other stimuli which operate upon the inhabitants of other parts of the world. Mr. Volney in his travels tells us that the diet of the Bedouins seldom exceeds 6 ounces a day, and that it consists of 6 or 7 dates soaked in buttermilk, and afterwards mixed with a little sweet milk, or curds. There is likewise a general deficiency among them of stimulus from the operations of the mental faculties. For such is the despotism of the government in Turkey, that it weakens not only the understanding, but it annihilates all that immense source of stimuli which arises from the exercise of the domestic and public affections. A Turk lives wholly to himself. In point of time, he occupies only the moment in which he exists, for his futurity as to life and property belongs altogether to his master. Fear is the reigning principle of his actions, and hope and joy seldom add a single pulsation to his heart. Tyranny even imposes a restraint upon the stimulus which arises from conversation, for they speak, says Mr. Volney, with a slow, feeble voice, as if the lungs wanted strength to propel air enough through the glottis to form distinct articulate sounds. The same traveler adds that they are slow in all their motions, that their bodies are small, that they have small evacuations, and that their blood is so destitute of serosity that nothing but the greatest heat can preserve its fluidity. The deficiency of aliment and the absence of mental stimuli in these people is supplied, 1, by the heat of their climate, by their passion for musical sounds and fine clothes, and 3, by their general use of coffee, garlic, and opium. The more debilitated the body is, the more forcibly these stimuli act upon it. Hence, according to Mr. Volney, the Bedouins, whose slender diet has been mentioned, enjoy good health, for this consists not in stringery, but in an exact proportion being kept up between the excitability of the body and the number and force of the stimuli which act upon it. Many of the observations which have been made upon the inhabitants of Africa and of the Turkish dominions apply to the inhabitants of China and the East Indies. They want, in instances, the stimulus of animal food. Their minds are, moreover, in a state too languid to act with much force upon their bodies. The absence and deficiency of these stimuli are supplied by astute inquiry into the 1, the heat of the climate in the southern parts of those countries, 2, by a vegetable diet abounding in nourishment, particularly rice and beans, 3, by the use of tea in China, and by a stimulating coffee made of the dried and toasted seeds of the Datura stramonium in the neighborhood of the Indian coast. Some of these nations likewise choose stimulating substances, as too many of our citizens do tobacco. Among the poor and depressed subjects of the governments of the middle and southern parts of Europe, the deficiency of the stimulus of wholesome food, of clothing, of fuel, and of liberty is supplied in some countries by the invigorating influence of the Christian religion upon animal life, and in others by the general use of tea, coffee, garlic, onions, opium, tobacco, malt liquors, and ardent spirits. The use of each of these stimuli seems to be regulated by the circumstances of climate. In cold countries, where the earth yields its increase with reluctance, and where vegetable aliment is scarce, the want of the stimulus of distension, which that species of food is principally calculated to produce, is sought for in that of ardent spirits. To the southward of 40%, a substitute for the distension from mild vegetable food is sought for in onions, garlic, and tobacco. But further, a uniform climate calls for more of these artificial stimuli than a climate that is exposed to the alternate action of heat and cold winds and calms, and of wet and dry weather. Savages and ignorant people likewise require more of them than persons of civilized manners and cultivated understandings. It would seem from these facts that man cannot exist without sensation of some kind, and that when it is not derived from natural means, it will always be sought for in such as are artificial. In no part of the human species is animal life in a more perfect state than in the inhabitants of Great Britain and the United States of America. With all the natural stimuli that have been mentioned, they are constantly under the invigorating influence of liberty. There is an indissoluble union between moral, political, and physical happiness, and, if it be true, that elective and representative governments are most favorable to individual, as well as national prosperity, it follows, of course, that they are most favorable to animal life. But this opinion does not rest upon an indiction derived from the relation which truths upon all subjects bear to each other. Many facts prove animal life to exist in a larger quantity and for a longer time. In the enlightened and happy state of Connecticut, in which Republican liberty has existed above 150 years, than in any other country upon the surface of the globe, it remains now to mention certain mental stimuli which act nearly alike in the production of animal life upon the individuals of all the nations in the world. They are, 1. The desire of life. This principle, so deeply and universally implanted in human nature, acts very powerfully in supporting our existence. It has been observed to prolong life. Sickly travelers by sea and land often live under circumstances of the greatest weakness, till they reach their native country, and then expire in the bosom of their friends. This desire of life often turns the scale in favor of a recovery in acute diseases. Its influence will appear from the difference in the periods in which death was induced in two persons who were actuated by opposite passions with respect to life. Atticus, we are told, died of voluntary abstinence from food in 5 days. In Sir William Hamilton's account of the earthquake at Calabria, we read of a girl who lived 11 days without food before she expired. In the former case, life was shortened by an aversion from it. In the latter, it was protracted by the desire of it. The late Mr. Brissaw, in his visit to this city, informed me that the application of animal magnetism, in which he was a believer, had in no instance cured a disease in a West India slave. Perhaps it was rendered inert by its not being accompanied by a strong desire of life, for this principle exists in a more feeble state in slaves than in freemen. It is possible likewise the wills and imaginations of these degraded people may have become so paralytic by slavery as to be incapable of being excited by the impression of this fanciful remedy. 2. The love of money sets the whole animal machine in motion. Hearts which are insensible to the stimuli of religion, patriotism, love, and even of the domestic affections are excited into action by this passion. The city of Philadelphia, between the 10th and 15th of August, 1791, will long be remembered by contemplative men for having furnished the most extraordinary proofs of the stimulus of the love of money upon the human body. A new scene of speculation was produced at that time by the scrip of the Bank of the United States. It excited febrile diseases in 3 persons who became my patients. In one of them, the acquisition of $12,000 in a few minutes by a lucky sale brought on madness which terminated in death in a few days. The whole city felt the impulse of this paroxysm of avarice. The slow and ordinary means of earning money were deserted, and men of every profession and trade were seen in all our streets hastening to the coffee house, where the agitation of countenance and the desultory manners of all the persons who were interested in this species of gaming exhibited a truer picture of a bedlam than of a place appropriated to the transaction of mercantile business. But further, the levee of money discovers its stimulus upon the body in a peculiar manner in the games of cards and dice. I have leered of a gentleman in Virginia who passed 2 whole days and nights in succession at a card table, and it is related in the life of a noted gamester in Ireland that when he was so ill as to be unable to rise from his chair, he would suddenly revive when brought to the hazard table by hearing the rattling of the dice, BV at 3. Public amusements of all kinds, such as a horse race, a cockpit, a chase, the theater, the circus, masquerades, public dinners, and tea parties all exert an artificial stimulus upon the system, and thus supply the defect of the rational exercises of the mind. 4. The love of dress is not confined in its stimulating operation to persons in health. It acts perceptibly, in some cases, upon invalids. I have heard of a gentleman in South Carolina who always relieved himself of a fit of low spirits by changing his dress, and I believe there are few people who do not feel themselves enlivened by putting on a new suit of clothes. 5. Novelty is an immense source of agreeable stimuli. Companions, studies, pleasures, modes of business, prospects, and situations, with respect to town and country, or to different countries that are Nemo, all exert an invigorating influence upon health and life. The love of same acts in various ways, but its stimulus is most sensible and durable in military life. It counteracts in many instances the debilitating effects of hunger, cold, and labor. It has sometimes done more by removing the weakness which is connected with many diseases. In several instances, it has assisted the hardships of a camp life in curing pulmonary consumption. The love of country is a deep-seated principle of action in the human breast. Its stimulus is sometimes so excessive as to induce disease in persons who recently migrate and settle in foreign countries. It appears in various forms, but exists most frequently in the solicitude, labors, attachments, and hatred of party spirit. All these act forcibly in supporting animal life. It is because newspapers are supposed to contain the measure of the happiness or misery of our country that they are so interesting to all classes of people. Those vehicles of intelligence and of public pleasure or pain are frequently desired with the impatience of a meal, and they often produce the same stimulating effects upon the body. 8. The different religions of the world, by the activity they excite in the mind, have a sensible influence upon human life. Atheism is the worst of sedatives to the understanding and passions. It is the abstraction of thought from the most sublime, and of love from the most perfect of all possible objects. Man is as naturally religious as he is a social and domestic animal. And the same violence is done to his mental faculties, and the same violence is done to his mental. By robbing him of a belief in a God, that is done by dooming him to live in a cell, deprived of the objects and pleasures of social and domestic life, the necessary and immutable connection between the texture of the human mind and the worship of an object of some kind has lately been demonstrated by the atheists of Europe, who, after rejecting the true God, have instituted the worship of nature, of fortune, and of human reason, and in some instances, with ceremonies of the most expensive and splendid kind. Religions are friendly to animal life, in proportion as they elevate the understanding and act upon the passions of hope and love. It will readily occur to you that Christianity, when believed and obeyed according to its original consistency with itself and with the divine attributes, is more calculated to produce those effects than any other religion in the world. Such is the salutary operation of its doctrines and precepts upon health and life, that if its divine authority rested upon no other argument, this alone were told be sufficient to recommend it to our belief. How long mankind may continue to prefer substituted pursuits and pleasures to this invigorating stimulus is uncertain, but the time, we are assured, will come when the understanding shall be elevated from its present inferior objects, and the luxated passions be reduced to their original order. This change in the mind of man, I believe, will be effected only by the influence of the Christian religion, after all the efforts of human reason to produce it by means of civilization. Philosophy, liberty, and government have been exhausted to no purpose. Thus far, gentlemen, we have considered animal life as it respects the human species. But the principles I am endeavoring to establish require that we should take a view of it in animals of every species, and all of which we shall find it depends upon the same causes as in the human body. That if we should discover the stimuli which support life in certain animals to be fewer in number or weaker in force than those which support it in our species, we must resolve it into that attribute of the deity which seems to have delighted in variety in all his works. The following observations apply, more or less, to the animals upon our globe. 1. They all possess either hearts, lungs, brains, nerves, or muscular fibers. It is as yet a controversy among naturalists whether animal life can exist without a brain. But no one has denied muscular fibers, and of course contractility or excitability, to belong to animal life in all its shapes. They all require more or less air for their existence. Even the snail inhales it for 7 months underground, through a pellicle which it weaves out of slime, as a covering for its body. If this pellicle at any time become too thick to admit the air, the snail opens a passage in it for that purpose. Now air we know acts powerfully in supporting animal life. 3. Many of them possess heat equal to that of the human body. Birds possess several degrees beyond it. Now heat, it was said formerly, acts with great force in the production of animal life. 4. They all feed upon substances more or less stimulating to their bodies. Even water itself, chemistry has taught us, affords an aliment, not only stimulating, but nourishing to many animals. 5. Many of them possess senses more acute and excitable than the same organs in the human species. These expose surfaces for the action of external impressions that supply the absence or deficiency of mental faculties. 6. Such of them as are devoid of sensibility possess an uncommon portion of contractility or simple excitability. This is most evident in the polypus. When cut to pieces, it appears to feel little or no pain. 7. They all possess locomotive powers in a greater or less degree, and of course are acted upon by the stimulus of muscular motion. 8. Most of them appear to feel a stimulus from the gratification of their appetites for food and for venereal pleasures, far more powerful than that which is felt by our species from the same cause. I shall hereafter mention some facts from Spallanzani upon the subject of generation that will prove the stimulus from venery to be strongest in those animals in which other stimuli act with the least force. Thus the male frog, during its long connection with its female, suffers its limbs to be amputated, without discovering the least mark of pain, and without relaxing its hold of the object of its embraces. 9. In many animals we behold evident marks of understanding and passion. The elephant, the fox, and the ant exhibit strong proofs of thought. And where is the schoolboy that cannot bear testimony to the anger of the bee and the wasp? But what shall we say of those animals which pass long winters in a state in which there is an apparent absence of the stimuli of heat, exercise, and the motion of the blood? Life in these animals is probably supported, 1. By such an accumulation of excitability as to yield to impressions which to us are imperceptible. 2. By the stimulus of aliment in a state of digestion in the stomach, or by the stimulus of aliment restrained from digestion by means of cold. For Mr. John Hunter has proved by an experiment on a frog that cold below a certain degree checks that animal process. 3. By the constant action of air upon their body. It is possible life may exist in these animals during their hibernation in the total absence of eye impression and motion of every kind. This may be the case where the torpor from cold has been suddenly brought upon their bodies. Excitability here is in an accumulated but quiescent state. 11. It remains only under this head to inquire in what manner is life supported in those animals which live in a cold element and whose blood is sometimes but a little above the freezing point. It will be a sufficient answer to this question to remark that heat and cold are relative terms, and that different animals, according to their organization, require very different degrees of heat for their existence. 32 degrees of it are probably as stimulating to some of these cold-blooded animals, as they are called, as 70 degrees or 80 degrees are to the human body. It might afford additional support to the doctrine of animal life, which I have delivered, to point out the manner in which life and growth are produced in vegetables of all kinds. But this subject belongs to the professor of botany and natural history, who is amply qualified to do it justice. I shall only remark that vegetable life is as much the offspring of stimuli as animal, and that skill in agriculture consists chiefly in the proper application of them. The seed of a plant, like an animal body, has no principle of life within itself. If preserved for many years in a drawer, or in earth below the stimulating influence of heat, air, and water, it discovers no sign of vegetation. It grows like an animal, only in consequence of stimuli acting upon its capacity of life. From a review of what has been said of animal life in all its numerous forms and modifications, we see that it has much an effect of impressions upon a peculiar species of matter, as sound is of the stroke of a hammer upon a bell, or music of the motion of the bow upon the strings of a violin. I exclude therefore the intelligent principle of White, the medical mind of Stahl, the healing powers of Cullen, and the vital principle of John Hunter, as much from the body as I do an intelligent principle from air, fire, and water. It is no uncommon thing for the simplicity of causes to be lost in the magnitude of their effects. By contemplating the wonderful functions of life, we have strangely overlooked the numerous and obscure circumstances which produce it. Thus, the humble but true origin of power in the people is often forgotten in the splendor and pride of governments. It is not necessary to be acquainted with the precise nature of that form of matter, which is capable of producing life from impressions made upon it. It is sufficient for our purpose to know the fact. It is immaterial, moreover, whether this matter derives its power of being acted upon wholly from the brain, or whether it be in part inherent in animal fibers. The inferences are the same in favor of life being the effect of stimuli, and of its being as truly mechanical as the movements of a clock from the pressure of its weights, or the passage of a ship in the water from the impulse of winds and tide. The infinity of effects from similar causes has often been taken notice of in the works of the Creator. It would seem as if they had all been made after one pattern. The late discovery of the cause of combustion has thrown great light upon our subject. Wood and coal are no longer believed to contain a principle of fire. The heat and flame they emit are derived from an agent altogether external to them. They are produced by a matter which is absorbed from the air by means of its decomposition. This matter acts upon the predisposition of the fuel to receive it, in the same way that stimuli act upon the human body. The two agents differ only in their effects. The former produces the destruction of the bodies upon which it acts, while the latter excite the more gentle and durable motions of life. Common language in expressing these effects is correct as far as it relates to their cause. We speak of a coal of fire being alhe, and of the flame of life. The causes of life which I have delivered will receive considerable support by contrasting them with the causes of death. This catastrophe of the body consists in such a change induced on it by disease or old age as to prevent its exhibiting the phenomena of life. It is brought on one by the abstraction of all the stimuli which support life. Death from this cause is produced by the same mechanical means that the emission of sound from a violin is prevented by the abstraction of the bow from its strings. 2. By the excessive force of stimuli of all kinds. No more occurs here than happens from too much pressure upon the strings of a violin, preventing its emitting musical tones. 3. By too much relaxation or too weak a texture of the matter which composes the human body. No more occurs here than is observed in the extinction of sound by the total relaxation or slender combination of the strings of a violin. 4. By an error in the place of certain fluid or solid parts of the body. No more occurs here than would happen from fixing the strings of a violin upon its body, instead of elevating them upon its bridge. 5. By the action of poisonous exhalations or of certain fluids vitiated in the body upon parts which emit most forcibly the motions of life. No more happens here than occurs from enveloping the strings of a violin in a piece of wax. By the solution of continuity, by means of wounds in solid parts of the body, no more occurs in death from this cause than takes place when the emission of sound from a violin is prevented by a rupture of its strings. Death is produced by a preternatural rigidity, and in some instances by an ossification of the solid parts of the body in old age, in consequence of which they are incapable of receiving and emitting the motions of life. No more occurs here than would happen if a stick or pipestem were placed in the room of catgut upon the bridges of the cause of animal life, violin. But death may take place in old age without a change in the texture of animal matter, from the stimuli of life losing their effect by repetition, just as opium, from the same cause, ceases to produce its usual effects upon the body. Should it be asked, what is that peculiar organization of matter which enables it to emit life when acted upon by stimuli? I answer, I do not know. The great Creator has kindly established a witness of his unsearchable wisdom in every part of his works, in order to prevent our forgetting him in the successful exercises of our reason. Mohammed once said that he should believe himself to be a god if he could bring down rain from the clouds or give life to an animal. It belongs exclusively to the true God to endow matter with those singular properties which enable it, under certain circumstances, to exhibit the appearances of life. I cannot conclude this subject without taking notice of its extensive application to medicine, metaphysics, theology, and morals. The doctrine of animal life which has been taught exhibits in the Vol. N. 3L first place a new view of the nervous system by discovering its origin in the extremities of the nerves on which impressions are made, and its termination in the brain. This idea is extended in an ingenious manner by Mr. Valle in his treatise upon animal electricity. It discovers to us the true means of promoting health and longevity by proportioning the number and force of stimuli to the age, climate, situation, habits, and temperament of the human body. 3. It leads us to a knowledge of the causes of all diseases. These consist in excessive or preternatural excitement in the whole, or a part of the human body, accompanied generally with irregular motions, and induced by natural or artificial stimuli. The latter have been called very properly by Mr. Hunter irritants. The occasional absence of motion in acute diseases is the effect only of the excess of impetus in their remote causes. 4. It discovers to us that the cure of all diseases depends simply upon the abstraction of stimuli from the whole, or from a part of the body, when the motions excited by them are in excess, and in the increase of their number and force. When motions are of a moderate nature, for the former purpose we employ a class of medicines known by the name of sedatives. For the latter we make use of stimulants. Under these two extensive heads are included all the numerous articles of the Materia Medica. 5. It enables us to reject the doctrine of innate ideas and to ascribe all our knowledge of sensible objects to impressions acting upon an innate capacity to receive ideas. Were it possible for a child to grow up to manhood without the use of any of its senses, it would not possess a single idea of a material object. And as all human knowledge is compounded of simple ideas, this person would be as destitute of knowledge of every kind as the grossest portion of vegetable or fossil matter. 6. The account which has been given of animal life furnishes a striking illustration of the origin of human actions by the impression of motives upon the will. As well might we admit an inherent principle of life in animal matter as a self-determining power in this faculty of the mind. Motives are necessary not only to constitute its freedom but its essence, for without them there could be no more a will than there could be vision without light or hearing without sound. It is true they are often so obscure as not to be perceived, and they sometimes become insensible from habit, but the same things have been remarked in the operation of stimuli, and yet we do not upon this account deny their agency in producing animal life. In thus deciding in favor of the necessity of motives to produce actions, I cannot help bearing a testimony against the gloomy misapplication of this doctrine by some modern writer. When properly understood, it is calculated to produce the most comfortable views of the divine government and the most beneficial effects upon morals and human happiness. 7. There are errors of an impious nature which sometimes obtain a currency from being disguised by innocent names. The doctrine of animal life that has been delivered is directly opposed to an error of this kind, which has had the most baneful influence upon morals and religion. To suppose a principle to reside necessarily and constantly in the human body, which acted independently of external circumstances, is to ascribe to it an attribute which I shall not connect, even in language, with the creature made. Self-existence belongs only to God. The best criterion of the truth of a philosophical opinion is its tendency to produce exalted ideas of divine being and humble views of ourselves. The doctrine of animal life which has been delivered is calculated to produce these effects in an eminent degree. For 8. It does homage to the Supreme Being as the governor of the universe, and establishes the certainty of his universal and particular providence. Admit a principle of life in the human body, and we open a door for the restoration of the old Epicurean or atheistical philosophy, which supposed the world to be governed by a principle called nature, and which was believed to be inherent in every kind of matter. The doctrine I have taught cuts the sinews of this error, for by rendering the continuance of animal life no less than its commencement the effect of the constant operation of divine power and goodness, it leads us to believe that the whole creation is supported in the same manner. 9. The view that has been given of the dependent state of man for the blessing of life leads us to contemplate, with very opposite and inexpressible feelings, the sublime idea which is given of the deity in the scriptures as possessing life within himself. This divine prerogative has never been imparted but to one being, and that is the Son of God. This appears from the following declaration: For as thy Father hath life in himself, so hath he given to the Son to have life within himself. To this plenitude of independent life we are to ascribe his being called the life of the world, the Prince of life and life itself. In the New Testament, these divine epithets, which are very properly founded upon the manner of our Savior's existence, exalt him infinitely above simple humanity, and establish his divine nature upon the basis of reason, as well as revelation. 10. We have heard that some of the stimuli which produce animal life are derived from the moral and physical evils of our world. From beholding these instruments of death thus converted by divine skill into the means of life, we are led to believe goodness to be the supreme attribute of the deity, and that it will appear finally to predominate in all his works. 11. The doctrine which has been delivered is calculated to humble the pride of man by teaching him his constant dependence upon his Maker for his existence, and that he has no preeminence in his tenure of it over the meanest insect that flutters in the air or the humblest plant that grows upon the earth. What an inspired writer says of the innumerable animals which inhabit the ocean may with equal propriety be said of the whole human race. Thou sendest forth thy spirit, and they are created. Thou takest away their breath, they die, and return to their dust. 12. Melancholy indeed would have been the issue of all our inquiries, did we take a final leave of the human body in its state of decomposition in the grave. Revelation furnishes us with an elevating and comfortable assurance that this will not be the case. The precise manner of its reorganization and the new means of its future existence are unknown to us. It is sufficient to believe the event will take place, and that after it, the soul and body of man will be exalted in one respect to an equality with their Creator. They will be immortal. Here, gentlemen, we close the history of animal life. I feel as if I had waded across a rapid and dangerous stream. Whether I have gained the opposite shore with my head clean, or covered with mud and weeds, I leave wholly to your determination. End of all this out.